attention to detail will tell you what it is after looking at it.
Yeah, he definitely had it in there, which kind of reminds me of the golden ratio, which is 1 to 2. But they have what they call the silver ratio, which is 2 to 3. And then I realized, hey, wait a second, the Gauss ratio is 1 to 106. So the 105 to 106 or something like that is something that somebody should review and see what that ratio really means, is the Gauss ratio.
Who's Pisces on this group? Pisces?
She's another lady that Tess brought in, but she doesn't have a mic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because she wanted to be in the geometric view yesterday, and I just didn't get to her in time, and I seen you guys kind of talking about it.
Yeah, I don't have on my Skype, I don't have a thing that I can pop in and jump into, but I don't even know if you use Skype.
If we're not friends already, James, we can become friends, and then I'll add you to the call, and it's a Saturday call, and Heather's in it weekly, and it generally centers around electric. You too, Neil. Anybody's welcome if you have some time or whatever. You want to hop on, hop off.
Oh yeah,
check it out.
Well, if you put it on message, I think we are friends. So if you put it in the message, then I can paste it onto Skype here.
Okay. All right. What I'll do is I'll add you, Neil, and Pisces here. I don't know who CK is right now.
Chris Kelly?
That's Kelly, isn't it?
Oh, Chris Kelly.
Chris Kelly.
Okay.
I think.
But yeah, I'll add you guys to.
Hello.
How's it going, Chris? So
It's going very good.
I think that'll make a big difference for the show, buddy. Good job. That's good housekeeping.
Yeah, dude.
I think that was the problem yesterday. So you're on it.
I didn't know there was a problem. Thanks for pointing it out. No.
Well, now that we're on top of it, buddy, I have a big list of problems. No.
I'd say mine and Neil's relationship is like a force-free field-aligned current.
Yep.
I would say it's the most easiest to get along with. We're going in the same direction. We don't even need to talk about it. It's already happening.
Oh yeah, I've already given him carte blanche. I'm like no, go ahead. You deserve anything that I can't because of obvious reasons. You can't hand over. You can't sort of like co-own a channel type of thing. But yeah, but the geometric view. No. This is necessary, because if you don't, as much as, well, let's just be honest. We were talking here about this earlier. Having the electric view, the idea that the electric and magnetic powers have at least play a role in cosmology. The interactions of those are not studied at all. I mean, to the next step. So obviously vibrational physics, which is why I called this show with regards to vibrations. But the idea then that you have to do the same thing to create to basically make me understand that there's more to it. As Duffy said, it's like, no, you have to hammer Neil. He will eventually get it. And I wrote to Jim.
That's so true, Michael. That's so true.
Open-minded. I mean, that's the Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm being targeted.
Oh, you are.
It's for your honesty. You're being targeted for your honesty.
I love you guys.
But there's a truth to that, where someone actually like Jim was saying, he goes, this is what I see. And then I realized our problem is that I was thinking about it mechanically, as a factor, as a matter of fact situation. There is X amount of torque on this disc or ball because there is this much current flowing into it. These numbers mean this. Period. You know, we use wires in my world, not everything else. But in plasma, he's right that these field aligned currents are going in opposite directions in shells as they get pulled towards the magnetic field of the planet now, or sun. But in this case, I figured out what our issue was, and I just replied to him, and he realized immediately too. He just replied with a heart because he realized what we were talking about. Basically, I said, I know what the difference is. You're thinking about the atmosphere. I'm thinking about the surface. He was like, oh, and I was like, oh, because basically I'm talking about what has to be going through the surface of this thing. And he's talking about what is coming down and influencing it and what it looks like from space. One is affecting the atmosphere. The other one's affecting the actual rotation of the planet, which is why we're having debates. And this was simply a matter of not seeing.
He's talking shop, guys. Are we recording this?
Yeah, we are. It's all. You're live, okay, man. You're live. Everyone hears you.
All right.
You know, the interesting thing about Cassina is that they said they only found 5% of the electricity current that they wanted. Well, according to them, they shouldn't have found any at all. Just finding anything, and that's probably what nature is all about. They found electrical current up there, therefore the cosmos is charged, and they just they can't get it in their head. You know. Sorry for dropping the the conversation once again.
No, don't feel like that, please. I was just sitting there like this and going, as soon as you started talking, I was like, oh, well, he's going to go on for a second. I should go type over here. And then you were like, and I'm sorry for dropping the conversation. I was like, crap, I have absolutely no idea what you just said. Because you dropped it. It was so quick. I figured I could just type over here and say, we had some delays, guys. Sorry we're getting on late. And then I came back and you were like, we're done. And I'm like, crap, I have nothing to finish that with. Anyway, go on, buddy. You obviously want to talk.
Point. Well, I'm curious what you just said there, because I think it's important everybody hear that. You tell us a little bit about your sort of how you juggle the conversation online and what your sort of rules are. You described that earlier, and I thought it was beautifully said. I wonder if you would reiterate that for guys who didn't hear.
What, me?
Yes, you.
Oh, well, when I'm trying to...
You have some specific tools you use to manage the flow of the show.
Right. Yes. This is obviously done unconsciously, and actually, one of the things that someone said was complaining about the Monty show. It's like, but you seem to interrupt and change. I go, well, number one, I'm trying to control a whole whack of people. It's like herding cats. But one of the things that I do is that when I speak and I'm allowed to interrupt, when that, as we've talked about, Duff. What I'm trying to do is I hear crosstalk. No one's hearing anything at that point. I then try to say something like, well, that's actually really interesting, James. Can you go deeper on that? And actually, Rick, after him, if you would. Or whatever I would, sort of like that. And then that way, it looks like I'm interrupting, but I'm really directing the flow to try to keep us going one at a time. And if I forget people...
So we're going to call that one forming a queue.
Forming a queue mentally.
You're forming a queue. Okay, that's one of our things.
Also, in the one conversation,
I'm going to organize you cats. That's what I'm doing.
With Monty though, when he said something else. I don't really want to get into that, and that was the part that really, as an interviewer, for me now makes me all tight, because I'm like, okay, I have to figure out a way to get off this topic, considering we were just talking about this topic. Huh. Okay, I have to segue so smoothly out of here, and so you have to make up a relative story. You have to sort of connect three dots together all at once. So you have to go, and luckily my brain has been wired by being around so many of these conventions that it's like, okay, he doesn't want to talk about this. Then you could say, well, then let's go back to blah, 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 because you were just talking about blah, 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 and it had to relate to blah. You're like, well, yes, blah 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 blah. Oh my, thank God, okay. And you just sort of like, and it's
So
actually
we'll
much
call
more
that
challenging.
one awkward segue.
Awkward segue, yeah. There's
Three-way segue.
three-way segue. Well, it's almost an automatic thing. In your, like, if you're in my head, it doesn't it happens like that. Like I say, okay, I need an out right now, and my brain just goes, well, master, what about this? Oh, yes, that's good. That's good. And that's. I don't know who that guy on my shoulder was, but he does great organizational jobs.
Well, and you're also trying to be as subtle as possible oftentimes, and you're using humor as a lubricant for these transitions and for these cues. I think what we need to do as a group is be able to hear what's going on there so that we can more quickly respond to what we understand to be your cues.
You need,
and that's what I'm
more
hoping
group lubrication.
Well, I mean, listen, you got like what, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys who are willing to just sit here and listen to us talk shop. So you obviously got some loyal followers here who are willing to be a part of the solution. So, I mean, I think it's no time like the present. If we're going to be, I think we're experiencing growing pains. It's like you said before. And I think that those growing pains are either going to strengthen us or weaken us. And I kind of would like to see us grow and become stronger.
Too.
So there has to be these kind of conversations that are maybe seem not fun like science, but more important like housekeeping.
Well, actually, are we live right now?
We are live. Yeah.
Oh, I just saw that. I was just letting you guys know.
Oh no, I mentioned it, but this is perfect because this is what it's about. I made the show about. I called it electric vibrations for a reason because I knew we were going to be talking about this particular aspect of, or at least we were really on a roll there when I was typing it in. So
you killed it now.
Boom, just like that.
Well, you better retitle it because here comes a whopper. No, I'm kidding.
No, go ahead. What if
I
you
don't
have
any
you don't have a
twists.
whopper? Okay.
I have
No, but
twists.
one of the things is just for the audience to know, we were wondering about unconscious things that we didn't even know that we were doing, and basically we were trying to get a feel for how I manage the show and how we all interact with each other. And we were quite amazed that things are going as well as they are. But we were noticing that it was like, well, when people get rattled, it changes who you think you're talking to. And we noticed that last night where someone was like, or last weekend when someone was rattled, and then it was like, no, I like, and everyone was polite, but at the same time, we were like, hold it, because we were getting confused on whether or not the person in the chat was being responded to and how that can affect your emotions. And of course, trolling and how that influences us as well. Not that I'm...
The struggle is real.
The struggle is real, yeah. So, and how to have constructive and friendly advances in our conversations, which is, I guess, something that I thought was really easy, but there is a hidden, well, as Duff said, we're all sort of slightly damaged creatures, I guess. We carry our baggage with us.
Our beauty is in our flaws.
Our beauty is in our baggage. Aw. It's so true. I'm not going to actually speak the entire time. My mouth will eventually get dry. Glad that Chris is here.
Well, I think it's...
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was actually just...
I think it's important that everybody be represented, and that there... I said privately, Neil, that I felt like our show really ultimately is a triage for people who are battle weary in the fight for truth in science. And I think that we all come to the show, every single one of us comes to the show having fought our way through the mainstream to get to where we even are now. And so it's no surprise to me that people come to us with a variety of perspectives from a variety of sociological, political, ethnic, and nationalist ideas, because we all come from different nations, and we're all, I mean, that is the whole point. So how can we be as inclusive as possible and bring as many voices and perspective as possible into this tent so that we can all compare notes and learn something from each other? And I think that has to happen by being extra more way tolerant than we have been in the past, to the extent that we all have to approach we have to see that people who come to us with ideas are going to be in some way or another wrong. Because guess what? The mainstream thinks we're all wrong. We are all outlaws and bandits. None of us come here, flying the flag of, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So I mean, the reality is that there's that Dave Talbot is the best example I know of a battle-weary soldier. He's fought long and hard for the cause, and he has the battle wounds to prove it. These people have come before us and fought hard to allow us a platform on which we can discuss our intersectional ideas, what we agree on and what we don't agree on. And I think that we have to be able to do both in a way that doesn't make anybody feel like they're a target. Misogyny is not appropriate. Calling people misogynists inappropriately is equally inappropriate. There has to be a foundation of respect that we have for each other, because each one of us that comes to this show has rejected the mainstream and said, I believe something different, I believe something more, and that alone is enough to unite us and carry us forward. If we can't understand that that is an underpinning that unites us, and we want to argue timelines until our last breath, then I suggest that ultimately, those will be two very different outcomes for us. So we have to remember what we agree upon, and we have to remember what we don't agree upon isn't written in stone. And so there has to be both the fierceness that comes to us from an idea that is powerful, and also the humility that we bring with it when we present those ideas. And if we can pull that off, and not many people can, but if we can, because our paradigm is strong enough, then we will progress and we will proceed and we will grow as a movement. And if we don't, as far as I'm concerned, this will die like all things die before its time, potentially, and that would be unfortunate. So that's my speech.
Well,
I don't want people to think that we're wounded to the point where we're on our way out, like we're a wounded battle soldier or something. I want to bring up and uplift the spirits and say that we ain't going nowhere, and neither is Neil. That's for damn sure.
I think it was about the movement in general, not me in particular or the show. I don't think.
Right.
No, well, because there's a truth there. That's what made me start thinking about when you mentioned David Talbot, Duff. I thought I'd think about Velikovsky. I mean, this program here from 1972 is about Velikovsky on the CBC, and it paints such a picture of him and his wife, sad, and you could see that he had the strength of his convictions, but he was a defeated man, and this is only 22 years after he first published in 1950, and I think it was 72. So David Talbot knew him then. David Talbot might be one of the people in this video. Heck, James might know someone in this video.
Well, I don't know if I knew them. He passed away in '79. I never got to. I wanted to meet him, but I never got the opportunity.
I didn't mean him in particular. I meant someone in the video that was someone who was a direct follower, like God, follower is a bad term. An intellectual descendant. That's a good term.
well, yeah. I've met David and the other ones as well. I just wanted to tell you, Neil, that you're not sharing with Skype.
Sorry.
And I think what we need to grow as half our potential audiences are the female persuasion, and having somebody as we have who is as forthright as they were, like Heather, is the kind of thing that is really going to help us grow. And it's not a matter of our beliefs. We know these things to be facts, certain things to be facts that are being denied, and they're being denied by an organization that gets money and represents the field of science to the rest of the world of society. And what we're in a fight for is that money, not necessarily because we're greedy but because it's right. We're fighting for what is right, and they're fighting for what they can get out of it, whether they realize it or not. This is an unconscious thing, but it's
That's a good
also
point.
and these unconscious our unconscious programming is what we need to get at, because if once we get to the leaders, not the followers but the leaders, once we get to enough of those leaders, when they flip, the rest will follow, because that's what followers do. So that's my grip. Thank you.
You remind me about like the nature of the word corruption. Like, we tend to think about corruption as a monetary situation where someone, like, for example, in the 1940s, when all these people were coming, well, I guess late 40s, when people were coming back from the war, they needed places to house them after World War II. So they put up all these very cheap houses that were sort of like half dome things. I'm not sure what they were, but these Quonset huts, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, they only cost like $6,000, and so they put up like 100,000 of them because, the military, that's what they do. But now you can't get a porta potty bought for something that doesn't cost $550,000 because everyone wants their corrupt little piece of the pie in that type of thing. And we pictured that. That's crazy. But that sort of corruption is what things get done because everyone's thinking about their interest in making sure this $550,000 porta potty gets done instead of just a bucket and a hole in the ground with some lime thrown in, like, as opposed to what you actually need versus what you're getting, right? Now, putting this together, the same thing occurs with regards to institutions. They're not just because of their tenure, but they're more likely to outwardly object to something that they would see immediately as going contrary to their established paradigm. They will, because that will lead them to no money. In a nutshell.
Or have to rebuild.
Amen.
No one to be that guy.
I mean, and who wants to be the? I mean, look what they did to this poor gentleman. I mean, Velikovsky. And I'm not sharing the screen because I have a certain amount of bandwidth and things are going well right now, so I don't want to. I'm not dropping any frames, so I'm not going to push the limit. But since I'm just showing, we're having a good conversation. I'm just showing pieces of documentaries and stuff like that, guys. So don't worry about what's going on there. So, buddy, we interrupted you, or I did. Someone did. Or are you cooking now?
I don't know. Was that like an hour ago?
No, it was just a few minutes, but you were going to talk with James.
What was I saying?
I don't know. I just saw you perk up there when James was to talk, and you backed down first, and James won, so figured I'd come back to you. So it's quite all right if you don't.
One thing I was going to say is every episode that I post, I put a link to the main page of the Electric View since we started it together. And if you want to do that, it's simple enough to just type in the geometric view. Then every one of our episodes will have a link to each one so they can be sister and brother channels.
I already have you listed at the top. They are
supportive.
Like, I already have you.
I don't know how to do that on mine, but
okay, well,
I mean, underneath every episode in the comments.
Down there.
Direct links. Yeah. I put the head page of the Electric View on there.
Well, I'll go look at yours and see what you do, and I'll copy it.
And then we'll both have, you know, dual support for the channels. Because I wouldn't know, not even half of a percentage of what I know had it not been for the past year and a half, 2 years of listening, intently listening to the geometric or the electric view, and Jim's input, and just, you know, we started this from the bottom up, and it's about pulling guests in, and guests that are making sense with what we're talking about and that pertain to the niche that we're fulfilling. You know, there's a geometric view, there's the electric view. How many other views are there? There's an infinite amount of them. But once you start branding it, then it's brand identification, and then from there, people know that there's a certain quality of a certain type of quality and similarity to the channels.
You know what I like most about having this? I now see the reason why you cannot have a chronological view. Because as much as I realize just trying to do that, it would look like a spider web. You'd have to mark down everybody's point of view and what you think they relate to, what images. Like you should take the archetype and then put it through, and then put the timeline, what they think it is, generally speaking, and go through them all. Because obviously each one is going to be slightly different, and there's certain amounts of them that have different logic behind them. Like if you take something as fact in one, and fiction in another, then the difference is going to be night and day if that one thing is critical. Like none of us argue Mount Vesuvius erupted, but argue when it erupted. That could be very interesting, a conversation, because there are obviously all the way from 60 BC all the way to 1400. So, and of course, the interpretations of what you find underneath the dirt there would determine the age of it. So what do you think it is, you know, and how old was it? I think those type of things are fascinating, but also there's one of the reasons I don't get involved in chronology, because look what happens.
Hey, wait a second. That's my subject.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
But the thing of it is that everybody's trying to say that the ground is the determinator. But it's mostly the analysis that people give to that is determining everything. And they're acting as if there's nothing really big occurring in the catastrophes, that like half the entire surface of the holosphere is gone in some areas. And so, and archaeology is only the last 6 feet. It's a millennium per foot. So we're not even talking about the whole Holocene, and it's gone in some areas. So, like I said, you have to have a chronology of dynasties in order to have a system, because that's going to determine how they're going to do analysis to what's in the ground. The thing about Gunther's thing is that he wants to double the rate from not a foot to 2 feet. And then he wants to start the whole entire chronology at Cyrus the Great, which is, 600, which is the start of, everywhere around the world is the Iron Age. So basically the entire Bronze Age is gone. If you want to keep the Bronze Age and make it separate, then you have to bring it up 700 years. So you get, instead of 26 centuries, you get 13 centuries of the Bronze Age. But it starts at 500 or 600. So it goes to 700, where he puts, depending on how you switch these things around, it started when Christ was born. So Christ was born in the Bronze Age. And that kind of not going to go very well with the traditional histories that they make sure everybody's sure that the Romans were in the Iron Age, and
They
that's
had
that
iron.
Jesus was born in the Iron Age. So basically, you can't.
A good sign.
So that's why nobody's going to likely promote this, because they'd have to confront the fact that you have to make the Bronze Age contemporaneous with the Iron Age until the year 700. And I don't see anybody going to promote that. And I don't see anybody who's going to promote the beginning of history from just, Cyrus the Great to now. So they can talk all that they want, but until they put things in, and Fomenko's no better.
No.
His mathematics is just perfect. He does, in fact.
Well, it's statistical analysis of what he did.
Exactly, but see, he also, he tells you how you're supposed to shift the chronology around. But I don't see anybody who's going to promote the idea that the Constantine the Great in 300 is contemporary with the end of where we put the sack of Judah, Jerusalem, at 600 BC, and which is the beginning of the Iron Age, not the. I don't see anybody who's going to promote the idea at the beginning of the Iron Age, the end of the Bronze Age, at Constantinople. I mean at Constantine at 300. It's not going to happen. I don't see anybody who's going to promote the idea or suggest that it's real. So Fomenko is perfectly good with his retrocalculations. He's right on.
That was his compelling argument, obviously.
Yeah, and so he in fact is going to win the argument, but by winning the argument, he's proven that the year has been changed, the orbit has been changed.
I was going to say there seems to be something that they are missing. Either he is absolutely right, or which means they're all wrong, or alternately there is a third option, and that option would be, it's not that you're totally wrong, and it's not that you're totally wrong. It's that elliptic orbits solve this problem. That sort of thing.
It's a different orbit, which we have.
No. I was making a reference, obviously, to Copernicus there, where everything was circular, and they thought they solved with a bunch of circles, but in actuality, it was the ellipses and the way that made everything work out, and the times work out perfectly. But that sort of mental thing is the thing that seems to be linking the two here. Basically, there is a situation where Fomenko is saying there's a problem with chronology here, it doesn't work, but maybe it's not that it doesn't work, it's that it has I guess what's the word I'm looking for? It has another influence, like, for example, there was an influence upon the moon or something of that nature. Things had moved slightly, which would make everything all messed up.
Exactly, which is and it has been documented in the 7th century.
But they won't acknowledge the documentation.
Oh, no,
for obvious reasons.
The second derivative of the moon has been changed. They recognize that fact. But they don't then integrate that reality, that truth, that fact into their mindset that the moon's orbit has been altered, and that means that the Earth's orbit is possibly been altered, which makes all of their mathematics irrelevant. You have to have perfect to do retrocalculations. You have to have no change, but they acknowledge the change, but then they pretend it didn't happen. Or
welcome to the February 2nd edition of the Electric View. I'm Neil Thompson. Coalescing around something better than ourselves, the Electric View will be talking about the changing culture and our electric unconscious constructs. Please take a moment to like and subscribe. have to stop.
I thought we were supposed to be silent when that particular thing jumped in there.
Oh, I muted you.
Anyway.
Don't worry.
Anyway.
You went on a little long there, it was so interesting. I thought it was going to be perfect because that's hard timing to guess where you're going to end a sentence and match it up to what's going to happen in a little bit. But anyway, it worked out fine. So
I'm sorry, I had the other screen
perfect.
up there, so I knew it was going in.
Totally my fault. Don't worry about it.
I'm just impressed with how sharp we sound. Very, very professional.
I know impressive. They have no idea that we're a bunch of nincompoops.
Amateur scientists are not nincompoops. They're the forefront of science.
We are the forefront of nincompoopishness. No, but to be perfectly honest, that's literally how anything's ever changed. We might mock the citizen science, but I mean, it's the dropping of the balls and asking the questions. It's the guy with the stick in the barrel who proves that orbits are round or orbits are elliptical that blows people's mind. Copernicus went, "Hey, I have a great idea. What's that idea?" No, wait for it. I'm going to die first, then I'm going to tell you. That's what he did. That's how much he did not want to deal with criticism. You think your ego's fragile. That guy was like...
He also knew what the end result would be.
Oh, yes, death at the stake.
Take a century or so for the new idea to do it, and he didn't want to have to deal with all the nonsense that he knew that he could get him into trouble with the church as well, let alone the scientific blowback.
No, I think you're right.
The other thing is that we do have traditional chronologies that go back much further, such as the Irish, and they are pretty adamant that by the 5th century, or by 500, that they were a fully Christian nation. So Gunther's idea of moving Christ to the 700 is not going to cut with them at all. And then we also have
plus their own. Well, it's not just them. You have the Oralinda. The individuals who were out in Scandinavia, for example, those were the last countries to get "quote unquote" conquered by the Christians, and they were like, "Dude, we have a history that's like way older than that,"
Yep, and even with the Chinese, they have an Iron Age thing, and they're pretty adamant about how far back that they go. In fact, the 5,000 years, they brag about that. So what that means though is that they have an understanding of that when the Iron Age happened for them, and around 600 BC for everybody. In the Middle East, it was a little bit early because the Philistines are said to have created the process of making iron, and which probably is why King Tut had an iron sword in his rather than a bronze thing. Oddly enough, they actually take King Tut and put him 5.5 centuries older, which is kind of why
that was meteoric iron, though.
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or they don't think so?
I don't know what they think. Sometimes I don't care what they think, because it's close enough that it could have been the first developments of smelting of iron. It's not Damascus steel.
No, not Damascus, you mean, or whatever?
Yeah. But that's the other thing is that if you do go through Gunther and do that, you'd have to move the Iron Age up, and that's going to kind of to 700, and that's going to kind of mess up Islamic traditional history and all their swords at the beginning, which they did have that much stronger steel at the time. So, like I said, I don't think anybody is going to be promoting these kinds of changes, and either from Echo or from Gunther. I don't see it happening. As much as other people feel very strong about these ideas and stuff like that, like I said, I don't see any promoters. The only other thing that you could probably do is go for a 40 3 century, from 54 to 43. There is a chronology for that, and you could bring in the Sumerian age of 11 centuries in closer to our time by doing that. So that's something that somebody could promote. But that's because there is a chronology, and it pretty much follows what's in the ground as the analysis, but just a different order. But I don't know if that order is so different that that there would be not. That they would have to determine in the archaeology field whether or not they could actually make those kinds of ships. So that's what I got.
Well, I'm of the opinion that ships were probably something that I mean, the reason that they probably look the same all over the world is either they are made the same with the same technology around and taught, but they also had images of boats. The reason I started thinking about this, about dating and such, is when I started seeing this. I'm showing images of Tutankhamun's dagger, and the thing that struck me, besides the crystal at the end, which is very interesting, crystals at the end is a key for me. At the pommel, it has scales on the scabbard, like crisscrossing it, like the skin of a snake. Interesting, that knowledge alone. And then the hilt is layered, not crisscrossed like we would wrap it with leather, which is interesting of itself, like braids, but it has stacks of rings around it, and each of those rings have the waves. Now that's, if I'm not mistaken, parts of the column. And what we're looking at is this is the image of the polar column. Now, it might not be with Saturn on top. I wasn't trying to give a date to it. But the crystal at the end is usually red. In this case, it's white. But we have to remember it would not be white then. Anything that's white back then would look slightly green because there's a slightly greenish yellow thing in the sky, Saturn, if that was the case. Because they said it was a greenish, yellowish type of thing. It looked like, it looked the color of meteoric glass. But the trouble is that we don't know the exact color of meteoric glass because everything was slightly the wrong color. There was not a lot of blue wavelengths back then, so I have been told, because of all the stuff in the atmosphere, which would have changed everything. Anyway, the reason I brought this kind of thing up is because it's when you have the ability to date something like this with using the electric universe or using the electric view is a heck of a lot easier than it is otherwise. Like otherwise you just pulled this wonderful thing out of the ground and you have no idea. Well, it has a snake body to it. That's the blade. And it has a bunch of stacks that reach up to a round sort of dome-like object up there in the sky or whatever. I mean, this gives you a powerful image in your head about what this might have been or what they might have been seeing, because they're trying to imitate holy weapons. They want, I mean, that's what you want to strike your enemy down with. You don't want to strike them down with pretend weapons. No, you don't just, that's, I think, one of the reasons why guns were so weird. Like they were not an art form almost. But even the first guns were decorated, beautiful things, just like the ships were. I mean, utilitarianishness came later, I guess is what I'm saying. No one has to listen to me babble on forever on this. I mean, you could either agree or disagree, but just a thought.
A couple of people have made comments in the chat section, if you want to hear about those.
Of course.
So one of the Kronos actually wants to know thoughts on the shark skull found fossilized in the cave in Kentucky. That's not what you were showing, right? That knife?
No,
He's
that's
talking
King
about-
Tut's knife.
Okay, yeah. So he was wanting to know if anybody had any thoughts on the shark skull found fossilized in a cave in Kentucky.
A shark skull fossilized?
Yes. Some of the topics that are coming up in the conversation are Earth expansion and propaganda, EU propaganda. I thought those sounded kind of like hot topics that maybe someone might want to pick up on.
EU propaganda against or for, or because trust me, we're the propagandists on this end, But
well, those of us who haunt the chats don't often feel the need to dissertate. The topic came up a couple of times, and so I thought I might mention it. But Brandy Robinson is on board, and she says she missed the beginning. And John Pershing is with us, Renegade. We have a total of 66 people on board visiting with us this today, and so welcome everybody. Electric Origins and Esoteric Gold is popular in the chats. People really appreciate their contribution. So,
well, the question becomes, if you noticed, this is part of something that has a sort of hit me before. The idea that there's a pile of bones and we'd find them all sort of sorted and then dropped off somewhere, and like whale bones out in the middle of the desert, but it's only in this patch, or dinosaur bones only in this patch. I think that might be indicative of electrical sorting. We were talking about this earlier about Gunter or Gunderson, and the idea that we know that, for example, volcanic layers occur much quicker than we seem to think that they do. Like, if you went back and did a judgment on around Mount St. Helens, according to everything they know, this terrain is 10,000 years old, but we know it was formed in 1980. So we know that they're full of crap. So that's a good example of things that we think that we know, but we do not know. Regarding the skull, or part of a shark's head, which, by the way, is actually very difficult to do because it's cartilage. Usually only find the teeth. It's one of the few animals that doesn't have anything, no bones in its body. But they say they found cartilage. Now that tells you something right there. You'd never find cartilage. You don't find it in real life. When an animal dies, it doesn't take long before it's all bones. Like, even the cartilage gone. Here's where cartilage had turned to stone. Well, number one, cartilage is hydrophilic. How in God's name are you going to fossilize it with water? You can't get water into it, period.
So flash freezing would be a way to preserve the structure over a long period of time, obviously. And then
we see that with, mastodons and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so that's something that we see elsewhere. I wonder if that plays a part in this case as well.
I don't.
And it's great you're talking about bones. I was thinking about that as Velikovsky talks about it, that from the ice melt, there's just so many fresh bones that are still being found of mammoths and hippopotamus. It can't have been, what you're talking about. Go on.
Well, to back you up, it's hard for us to accept this in our day and age. Actually, it might even be harder for you over there in England. I'll just relate a small story, and it won't be very long. But I drove up to California in 2016, and I managed to find a nice lake, and I parked at that lake. I had to get off the highway. It was down where they have a garlic festival near, like, up from the number 1 towards San Francisco. Anyway, so I went off and I parked in there, and they dye the water blue, and they get people to come and fish, but they, give the fish back, but you can take the fish if you want, but you have to pay for it, type of thing. Okay, so it's a lovely little kind of trailer park thing, and I'm enjoying it. But the guy who owns it, I hung out with them all evening for a couple days, and he was like, well, when they first came here, we had to get rid of the birds. He goes, how do you get rid of birds? He goes, well, it was about 1980, I think, and we sat on the shore with our rifles, and as the birds, because we kept pouring fish in there, and they kept trying to get the fish, so we had to shoot the birds. And they eventually killed enough birds that no birds would come around there anymore. And I go, what type of birds? Oh, any bird. I must have shot like 100 eagles. You know, I'm like, oh my God, just thinking about what they did. But that was 1980. And we all know that if you're driving a car from place to place in the 1980s, especially where I'm from, you basically need to spend a lot of money on very powerful detergent to clean the bug guts off your window. Now, that's just 1980. We go back 30 years before that, or 30 years before that, or 30 years before that. We have no concept of how many wild animals there were here. There were so many bears. Well, I mean, literally, this place is called Bearland, where I live. I mean, the Arctic Circle is the land of bears. That's how many bears there are. And there are a lot of bears, and they will kill you. But just don't piss them off. Like I said, I'm much more scared of moose. But there were so many bison that, I mean, literally, we're talking millions of these things. There were so many moose, like just 3 or 4 moose got over to Newfoundland. And within 15 years, there was 150,000 moose that were killing people because we drive their cars into them, right? So they have to have large culls and go through and kill them all. Well, not all of them, but half of them. You know, like we need to kill 75,000 of them. So when I think about this, and I think about how many animals there were, the only thing that, from my point of view, to actually find bones, and the decay must have been powerful because we still see elements of that decay. That I think most of the swamps of the northern hemisphere, one of the reasons why to me, there's a lot of power in the polar configuration due to that fact that we do know that the water was higher at the North Pole, and we also know that it was getting vaporized, and it was being, because we see the crisscrossing etching up there, as like I said, it's all ripped bare. And then it would have been warm right below it. Like it would have been like you would try to get towards it because that's where the light is 24 hours a day, right? And so you'll go up and you'll congregate around this wall of wonderful snow water coming down, all these, and you drink the fresh water. It would be beautiful. And then when Saturn and whatever, the Clash of the Titans happened, that water had to rebalance. That is what we're talking about, in my opinion, Chris. That's why they find the bones, because the water had to slosh down from the north, come down across the northern part of the Siberia and Canada, and of course continue flowing southwards. But, well, some of it didn't, and then obviously started flowing back. And as it flowed back, that's where all the bones and detritus and debris and everything up north is just swamps, tundra swamps, because it froze shortly thereafter. That's what it feels like, and I am willing to accept there could be wrong in that. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Well, yeah, like you say, it seems like a catastrophe. It seems the catastrophist view makes sense in that scenario.
There was arguments that it could be Venus. I've heard that Venus. Someone had suggested in one of the Velikovsky videos that Venus had come between the moon and the Earth, and that also. But I have no record of that. I mean, I am not a person who would know that event by name, I guess is what I'm saying. So, although I heard some people describe it. I don't think it's like, there's a part of me that says, I don't know if we can get that close, honestly. But we have, like, obviously Ishtar did come, the tail of Ishtar did wipe across the land and ended the Sumerians and brought through the Babylonians via the conventional chronology. I don't know if that's accurate anymore. But that's around the equator. That's a different ballgame. There's 3 distinct areas of the Earth, 30 to plus 30 to negative 30 around the equator. Then there's that 15 degrees or so, the next 30 degrees running to 60, and then 60 to the North Pole. And obviously the Arctic Circle being everything around that. Whether or not the aurora, like John Cook thought the aurora actually was creating so much dust as it's pulling stuff up that it was opaque or translucent or otherwise unable to let light from the north shine down upon it. So it was basically constantly snowing in that area. So it was coming, the north was getting excavated, and then snow was falling because the water flowed in and it would vaporize the water, and then the water would get cold and come back down. Not all of it got pulled off into space, obviously. So just that, and the only reason I know that the water was higher there is because there was this a Norwegian had gone up to do studies in Greenland, and she found that the fireplaces that they had on the northern tip of Greenland were 50 meters higher than the water is currently. So these people the water was 50 meters higher there, but also being pulled, including the vaporization. That's, I think, what caused it to, quote unquote, rain for 40 days and 40 nights. Because once the sumo wrestlers in the sky were off slapping themselves and flying off into space, and the water began to rebalance, obviously, if you were in a ship, that's a good idea. But it looked like a ship when it was floating away, like the Saturn looked like a ship, which was the flaming ship that the god died on. That's the same story. That's what I'm looking at, I think, when I see this type of event. And those are the only things, like, I shouldn't say the only things, but those are really powerful nature or ideas of water being held up in a way that we all know it. Like, here it's intrinsic. I understand the tides here. We have very large tides, but I think about that, and I think about this is irrespective of any electrical etching that came thereafter. These people would have saw this ship floating off. The sky would have been covered in the aurora, and it would have, all that water would have just had to start coming out of the atmosphere. Like, it would have been so humid back then, and then it just started raining and raining and raining and raining as it started getting colder, and it had to come out. And then I couldn't imagine what 200 years after that would be like, because everyone would be dead. I mean, the water would have gone so high it would have covered every mountain. Like, if you thought about the Appalachian Mountains, if you were sitting there in Tibet, you know, on Mount Everest, or looking over the precipice of India from Nepal, imagine all of India being covered with water. And you could see on the mountains, you would just see water. Like, unless you're in the mountains or on Mount Kilimanjaro or something like that, a bunker maybe. But I don't think that, I don't know if they had the ability to have bunkers then, because they were at that point. They didn't, this is before the catastrophes even occurred. So they would basically think that God is great, God is beautiful, everything's hunky-dory. Well, it's wibbly and wobbly up there a little bit. I know, but it's never really been a problem before. It's been like this for 2,000 years. What's the worst that can happen? Well, that big round thing on the inside there, Jupiter, is certain to make an approach there. Yeah, but it's up there. It won't affect us. And, well, it didn't technically explode all over us, but the water did. The water came sloshing around everywhere, it seems. And I can't envision that being, I mean, if the water was that low, we would, I mean, England and mainland Europe would have been connected, and basically the original, what we call the abyssal shelf, the continental shelf, I guess, would have been visible mostly, because around the equator the water would be extremely low because we pulled up to both poles, not just the North Pole but the South Pole as well. But the South Pole's an island, so it ain't going to do anything there. Anyway, feel free to call me crazy, guys. I'm sorry for running a story there, but that just the image in my head is hard to convey.
Brandy Robinson said she'd like to talk about viruses coming from comets or meteors.
That's a big I'm a big fan of that, actually. That's Sir Fred Hoyle is well, he's one of the best. I saw him on the Universe Cosmology Quest video. He's the short little guy there. Short little guy there. Find it. This is the guy that's the father of this, pretty much, I'd say. If I can locate him. There he is. That guy. I like that. What will unseat an established prejudice or a strongly established prejudice is one observation, just one. So his idea then is that viruses, and it's not an unusual idea. In fact, we've seen the effect of Tesla phosphoresis. I think you've explored this, buddy. This is actually getting into a little bit of a geometric view kind of idea here. But phosphoresis. Okay, I think that's how you spell it. Nope. That's phosphor.
It's always hard to find because it's very limited information that they're giving about it. But when you produce an electrical field and you have nanoparticles, just in general, like a scattered, I think they're feral nanoparticles, just scattered abroad, and you produce an electrical field, they will bind together and produce networks that will work and turn on lights and produce connections between point A and point B. Couple things I know about it.
Maybe I'm just not spelling it right. Anyway, you see if the end result though is that it will sort of create a string of Tesla particles together. Anyway, I obviously am sucking at finding it. So one of the ideas, and this is prior, he had this idea because of statistics, another flamenco idea, I guess. But Sir Fred Hoyle, gentleman of great repute, he's from the old school. He makes arguments like the problem is the American graduate system is, and he would say that because they basically just rote. They don't actually try to challenge their professors. They're not encouraged to. And back in the day, if you wanted to get ahead, you had to challenge your professor and prove him wrong. That's how you win. And I thought that was totally amazing. But anyway, his argument was in Spanish Flu of 1918 and several other dramatic virus outbreaks always happen 45 days after the closest approach of Venus. This was his panspermia idea. And that there is a double layer and that this layer can produce life is not a surprise to me whatsoever. Viruses are very simple creatures. I mean, if you look at them, it's hard to look at them any different than you would a bundled up bunch of nanoparticles, which is exactly what we were trying to look here. Nanoparticles.
Well, one of the things that they were so concerned about is they thought that the re-entry of the comet or meteorite would, the heat of it would destroy the organism if there wasn't one on, if there was one on it, and they found both organisms in space on these things, and afterwards they find them alive still on them on the ground. So,
well, it's because they're wrong about what causes the heat. That's the problem. Like,
well, one of the things, yeah.
Well, obviously, is that they don't need air.
Yeah. The other thing is that they're finding that with the ice up in the north melting, is that all that dead stuff is still has old stuff that we're not immune to, and it's still alive. And if it gets, if it gets a pathogen, it could do a lot of damage to us. Well, not so much to Canada. You guys actually have a healthcare system up there. It would do a lot of damage to us because we don't have the kind of organization that covers everyone. And that's what it's the only thing that you can clamp things down on is if everybody's covered or can be treated one way or another. So,
no, I nailed it. But I mean, number one, they made a movie about this. I'm actually looking at the trailer of it right now. The Andromeda Strain, 1971.
Oh yeah, that was one of the. Well, that wasn't because of our healthcare lack thereof.
Okay, fair, but
that was because
someone gave Michael Crichton money. I know.
Someone was going to come from space and kill us. And that might be a good reason to have a healthcare system.
Well, what I thought was really nice about this particular, well, I like this version better than the other version is because it drug you through the science, kicking and screaming. They don't do that anymore. Not nearly enough. Like, I remember we were talking about, like, it was 1982 or something, and they were talking about the advances of gigahertz and terahertz waves in military applications. This was because Star Wars was heating up, right? And I don't mean the show. I mean Ronald Reagan's stupid idea. Now, the thing here, though, the first Space Force, that's what I should call it. But the thing here is he looked at the way that that's basically space was, or the intelligence of the human race, and we're trying to explain it to us. Like the people on the news were actually trying to explain, going, terahertz waves working in this frequency here. As you can see, these are several magnitudes more. A magnitude is blah, 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 blah. Moving right along, blah, 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 blah. On this ship, we can see this, this, this. And here's scientists to explain to you how this works. Now, that's how I'm used to the news. And it bothers me greatly when they dumb it down for me. And I don't know why. Like, if you can't keep up, I mean, it has obviously to do with the desire to sell news, which is an oxymoron. You cannot sell news. News should be as free as going and talking to the lady at the kitchen table, because that's what it used to be. What are the rumors? The rumors are this. Thank you. You know, we're supposed to be talking about that, and then there's supposed to be entertainment separate from that. You know what I mean? That's what art is supposed to do. It's
they've
supposed to
made, in
commentary
America
on that.
at least. Yeah, in America, they made the whole thing entertainment. So they want sideshows. They want to fight. They want anything to get them attention rather than facts.
That's like going to a museum and having a wonderful museum, and then in the courtyard holding a circus. And you just picture the friggin' elephants. Come look at the strange man. You know, like, here's Elephant Boy. Here's everything you don't really care about. And they're screaming it. But on the outside is a whole whack of people that are like trying to like actually look at art, commenting about the actual thing, which is the world outside the museum and the circus. You know what I mean? Like, that's what news is about. It's not about, I mean, you can have a song about a song, sure, but you better call it derivative. Oh, Buddy had to take off, did he? Oh, bummer.
So the Stoic Primer says something interesting here. He says, wish we could beef up the resonance monitoring of Venus's resonance and determine inner solar systems large and dangerous asteroids. Does that make any sense to you?
There are a lot already of large and dangerous asteroids. The question becomes, did we plot their orbits good? And are they going to experience flyby anomalies as they go flying around things? That's a good question. As we've talked before on the show, flyby anomalies are issues where the laws of physics seem to be slightly askew as fast-moving objects use the gravity of a planet or other body to slingshot and go faster. So we notice this with comets because everything is wrong about comets, but the amount of charge a spaceship can pick up as it goes flying around the sun and then back to Earth might not be as much, but it seems to be noticeable. Now, that's my biggest issue with the plots, because if you look at the plot of near-Earth asteroids, NEAs,
what I find interesting is that they had a whole program in the U.S., I don't know if it was worldwide or not, to catalog all the possible near encounters to the Earth, at least. And so they did all that, and now they have these monitors, and the only thing that they come is, oh, look, something went by. Something they didn't find is the only thing that they find. And then when they do find something out there that has a cycle, they jump at it first and say it's going to collide with us and so and so and so, and then a couple of days later, oh well, the math wasn't precise enough.
Well, of course, once it starts getting closer to, like, as soon as it starts feeling the electric field of the Earth, it should experience something. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to experience enough torque that it goes flying off in a different direction instantly. And to answer the question on the screen right now, on the main picture, is all of the asteroids that are near us, if you want to see them. So I think they're pretty good at making the plots, but can you imagine trying to do the mathematics and trying to calculate each one of those? And that's only using gravity and acceleration. Because we know there's a problem already. Look at what you're looking on the screen. You can tell there's a ring here, and you can tell there's a ring over there. That's the asteroid belt. But they're two separate rings. And it's not just random, or it's not just collisions. I mean, look, we see nothing at the top or the bottom. It's all in this disk. The question we should be asking is, why is it in a disk? I mean, if it wasn't for, Jim's work did something else better than anything else when he showed me that the plane, the entire solar system is doing this rotation around as it's trying to go, the processes around as it's going up the pipe, I guess it were, the local chimney. Well, the interesting thing about that then is he is saying that inertia, gravity, mass is related to this plane, related to, more specifically, related to the sun's sphere of influence. Because otherwise, if you start putting torque on Jupiter and getting it to go up after you've turned it, if you understand what I'm saying here, imagine the torque on, say, one of the outer planets. We'll go with Uranus. So Uranus is out there, and it has to go as a pancake as it's slowly going around and precessing at once every 26,000 years or so. So, but let's say it's coming down this way and then it starts going back up. Uranus starts coming back up this way. Well, if that's the case, then what force is making Uranus turn and go up? That, because it's a heavy planet, and you're going to make it do a movement like that? Obviously, my thoughts on this then are that the sun's heliopause all the way out to there seems to be what is controlling, or seems to be in control of, what we consider to be mass. Call me crazy. Feel free. No one?
Well,
I'm right then. Nope, too late. I'm right. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
It always goes to, we don't have a definition of mass. It always comes back to that.
Well, yes, but I'm basically indicating something else. You might not know this, and I'm not trying to insult you by saying it, that electricity tends to work on a gyroscopic motion and tends to be it only works on the same plane as it exists on. So what I mean by that is that so many charges going through a loop, for example, of wire, if I turn the loop to 90 degrees, it will experience nothing at all. But if I turn it to 90 degrees of that and then make the current go through it, it will generate a secondary current and a magnetic field. But they don't do that instantly, or sorry, they don't do that they basically only work on that one plane. If you take two transformers that are just coils of wire and you put them at 90 degrees to each other like this, I'm showing it to the world. Like this is a, wait, I'm trying to figure out where my hands are. There we go. This is a coil of wire going around like that, and this is a coil of water like that. And if you put them at 90 degrees to each other, like so, you know, then they can't influence each other. Now, if they can't influence each other, then, but all the forces are in operation, but they won't affect that plane. You have to turn them so that they are linked up to each other, side by side, and then they will be influenced by each other. Otherwise, they're invisible to each other. Now, this is the sort of idea when I get the Homer polar motor idea. You have something in the current on the top, and you have a disk which has ring currents in it going out towards the elliptic. Well, this is what I'm looking at here when I see something along these lines. It's not something that you can necessarily intuitively understand, but if this plane is enforcing its will, so to speak, around the sun, and things are pulled down towards the orbital ring, basically, where the solar wind is, but the whole thing precesses like a disk, then if the disk changes, we change with it. It's basically our point of reference, I guess is what I'm saying. It's our Cartesian coordinate system. It's our base. me and I guess John Cook and I had a debate on this because he was trying to imply that if Venus came close to the Earth, that there would be a shock front as it was felt. And I wanted to correct him, and I had a big argument with him because I said, no. Everything on Earth would feel it at once. That's why when the skies changed, they didn't say the Earth moved. Like when the sun went down, came back up, and went down again, like that, or depending on what part of Earth you were standing on at the time, it looked different. But in that case, then, we didn't feel anything different, but the whole Earth was moving at that time. But we are relative to that, and we won't feel any indistinct change. We are all attached to the Earth. Only feel inertia when we go against this plane. When I take my car and try to get my car to move from 0 to 60 miles an hour, that takes energy, and I have to move, and I'm moving it through the electromagnetic plane of the Earth. That's what's creating inertia. And obviously, when it slows down, let's say it hits a wall, then it has to transfer that inertia from the point of contact backward through the vehicle. But if I suddenly made the Earth stop moving by turning a dial or something from space, the car wouldn't notice it. The car keeps driving, is what I'm saying. It doesn't, it's part of the Earth, if that makes sense. Come along with me. Call me crazy or call me beautiful. I don't care which one now. No? Okay, I'll just keep babbling.
I would just like to say that the idea that the gravity stops is just is an easy mathematical formula. It actually goes to infinity, the influence, but they say it would be insignificant, they say, and therefore they cut off the formula. So the idea of disconnection is actually false. Just like to add that particular thing. And I think the heliopause itself has more, well, I have other ideas about that, so I'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Well, no, I I love that. But I don't,
Go, James.
I don't know if it's like, I don't know. We're just passing. Voyager's just going through the heliopause now, and it might take a while to go through it. The energy that it has as a vehicle, with its speed and momentum, is not going to go away. But what would it do? What is it going to, like, now that it's part of the galaxy and leaving the sphere of influence of the Earth or of the sun? If the sun now is influenced by something, let's imagine then that we are suddenly pulled and moved somewhere else. Does Voyager go with us? You know what I mean? Pluto would go with us. It's inside of our thing. But with Voyager's no longer in our thing. And that's what the type of thing that I'm thinking about. It's no longer like we're a corpuscle. The sun is a corpuscle of a nucleus of a corpuscle of a cell type of thing, and everything inside of that cell must go along with it. And everything inside of it is electrically influenced by that sun, and the field of gravity and inertia is all based on that. And maybe the currents that are going through the galaxy that we're attached to determine these characteristics for each solar system.
Yeah, that idea of a shock wave that he was talking about, that the Venus would inflict upon the Earth, that's what they said that the heliosphere would do. And they found out that wasn't correct when Voyager 2 went through. So,
yes, correct. They thought because shock fronts are not things in space. Or
right.
At least I don't think they are. Like I had this debate with Eugene, Eugene Bagashoff, who is a fantastic friend of the show and a good friend of mine. He found out. Well, the debate was, in a nutshell, that does the oh my God, I lost my train of thought. We were talking about what again? Just say a word. Can't believe I lost my
Shockwave.
train. Thank you.
Shock front?
Shockwaves. My God, we had a debate on the shock front of a planet. Let's say we're talking about the. Let's use manosphere, and just get an image just for that. Okay. So the argument then is that this is a shock front on the front of that the wind of the solar wind hits, and then now of course we know that there's almost no air there to hit. So, I mean, they pass right through each other. This is the issue that we're talking about, because my argument to him was, I think that this shockwave you're experiencing is the capacitance formula. And that different cell is separate from this cell here, the actual Earth cell. And of course, the moon is inside of our cell. But the reason that this cellular structure is separate is because of the formula that I think it's on the screen over here right now. Yeah. The capacitance or the charge on any plate is going to push away charges of different types. And these layers begin to form around the planet based off of, and this is one of the reasons why I say the homopolar motor is probably really important, because we get these large, along the equator of the sun and along the equator of the Earth, we get large outflows of ions, and they build up there. And these ring currents, or ionospheres, are also themselves shells, which attract and repulse things. This is why things are so very interesting when you start getting into this, because even though you say, hey, these two bodies should instantly reflect each other, why are they getting pulled towards each other? And it's because you're going to have, even though the ground is negative, it has a positive ring around it. And if another planet comes close, it has a negative, it's going to go, ooh, I'm negative, I see that positive ring. And then it's going to go, I will start generating, and the more positive energy will be brought together between us, between the two planets. So the planet itself would have a large, I just say red because that's what's in my head, but it would have a large grouping of positive ions between the two that are not actually touching it. But they would attract it like almost like a rope that would sort of hold it there for a second as they went around. And of course, once they got to a certain point, they would sense each other being negative, and they go, "Oh, you're negative, not really positive." And the charges would eventually neutralize, and eventually the planet would fly off. But they would be held together for a moment. And we notice that these charges, if charges are exchanged, then mass can be exchanged. That right there is the most powerful evidence we have to a connection of electric and I guess kinetics, which we don't explore nearly enough.
It's an interesting setup there. Then you have to kind of ask, why does it attract and then repulse? Because it does both. The moon goes around the sun, the Earth, in the Gaussian ratio, and then it's kind of right. Ted Holton doesn't hold on to a Saturn encounter coming into the heliosphere of the sun, because it would naturally bounce off of each other rather than allow an entry. But then on the other hand, which is kind of why Dave Talbot holds on that the Saturn was inside the heliosphere. But Wall holds on to an encounter with the polar configuration requires its own little heliosphere around Saturn. And that's when things went all really bad when that burst. So you got all kinds of little problems about which one's the better model. Wall goes for the entry into the system. I hold the heliosphere, so yeah, disagreements with founders, nonetheless.
No, I mean, in actuality, the evidence seems to, like some people have pointed out, that whether or not the polar configuration was real or not real, the poles of cells were very active. So let's take that as a given. But one of the things that immediately comes to mind from John Cook's work is he said, well, let's study plants, because he knows that if we want to determine what the light was like on the planet, just study plants. And one of the things he noticed was plants went from large coniferous or ferns that had the ability to deal with tons and tons of water falling on them all the time, by the way, and did not respond to seasons. But also, then suddenly we got orchids at 270 million years ago, conventional chronology. That would indicate then that we had seasons at a certain point. It's quite possible that we got caught again in Saturn's glow when it came back in, and we would, it's quite possible that it grabbed us, and we went behind it. You're clicking there, Duff, and then you.
Yeah, we got some trouble actually in the chat.
I'll shut up.
That's
then.
okay. I'm trying to fix it while you talk. Gary says that there's a repeat happening. It keeps looping. Probably there's. Well, he's wondering if anybody else is having the same experience. So I don't know if there's a technical difficulty you might be able to see from your end, but there's certainly someone reporting a problem.
I'm not missing any frames. Everything looks good. I'm sorry for your issue. I try a full reboot there. Not your whole computer, sorry, but like just reload the frame or the stream or whatever. Making the
It appears it's localized the problem to Gary. So thanks for reporting it, Gary.
Gary, Vault 108 for the win. No one's coming with me on the Fallout jokes. Fine. Okay, so. One of the things that I did notice is that these things happen today still, that we don't even recognize them. I've mentioned this before, but here in this picture, I'm just going to open that in a new tab so you can see it. They call it bow shock, of course, but back here we have a plasmoid in our tail, and that's the night side of the planet. It's always the night. Is my mouse too close? Your mic is close to keyboard. Oh, they're talking to you. Okay. Aha. So, at night, if we had rings on our planet, this is one of my favorite ideas. If we had rings on our planet, which is just debris being brought down the same way the sun brings it from the poles and brings it to the equator, same thing. That's in this particular case, these rings are basically just like the rings of Saturn, just where the ionosphere should be, or the Van Allen belts should be, and we would see a shadowed figure on the rings with the glint of the rings off to one side or the other, which would look like a sickle, and then we would see this torus, and it's a red glowing torus right through the shadow, which would look like two eyes off in the distance. It would come off center at the beginning, but just in the middle, it would perfectly become a pair of eyes, and it would disappear. And that would happen every friggin' night. And by the way, that's to that side of the night side, that's where the dead people went, by the way. Because remember, everything past you, away from the sun, if you're on the North Pole, is to the south. It's out along the ecliptic. So that's where the gods went to die. That's Pluto rules and Hades rules out that way. And you had to go across that river to get to that land. That's why it's so important. That's why you have to pay the boatman, and that's why the Grim Reaper comes for you. And this little thing is as old as the stork that brought the golden egg that we talked about last week. But they are universal. And I can't stress enough how every culture has one of these. Even Star Trek, as crazy it is, calls, and I'm not kidding, Gene Roddenberry is referred to as the great bird of the galaxy. So, I know.
You know, Neil, one of the things that led me to the electric universe in the very first place, I was pretty close. I was knocking at the door for a while, but on on Star Trek when the Voyager, led by the amazing Captain Janeway, who is one of my great heroes, they moved into fluidic space.
Mm-hmm.
They finally found a culture badass enough to kick the Borg's ass, and they liked
Species
it.
8472.
Yes, sir. Thank you, you fucking nerd. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Oops, my bad. Anyway,
friggin' nerd,
yes,
please.
my freaking nerd. Anyway, so the bottom line is they went into fluidic space, and I thought, oh, fluidic space was interesting. If the whole universe was fluid, what would that be like? And Google said, silly man, fluidic space. You must be one of those electric universe people, and redirected me. Yeah, I was looking up fluidic space, and that's how I originally found the electric universe. That was one of the Google searches that came up. So
8472 led you to the electric universe.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting because it goes around it that I'm now looking into bubbles. Bubbles seems to be the kind of and fluid dynamics and sound, for that matter. It seems to be in correlation with how things are. For me, the stars are clusters, and they are clustering together. So I think the heliopause is actually not a pause, but another heliosphere of another star. So it was clustering together of these systems.
Actually, you're much on the way that I think on that. Yes, we're part of 8 solar systems in a big circle around the Pleiades. Well, maybe more than 8. And there is one behind us, I think Proxima Centauri, that's touching us. So I think that it's powered off the current that goes through us. Like on the same sort of channel. And the electric influence of any of the galaxy is only offset in an equilibrium by the other stars' electrical fields. So they must come right up and touch each other. That's why when we were talking about what these currents would look like when they leave a galaxy, they fan out and get really big because these currents are so diffuse when they go through the galaxy because they have nothing to hold them together. They should be giant shells, and when they come down to pinch into a galaxy, we're only seeing the ones that are pinching that are pinching in along that current. Now that's a lot of magnetism, don't get me wrong, and it pinches the whole thing in, but it's pulling it from, it's probably a lot wider than the galaxy is itself. Like the current itself is probably like as much as 10 times wider than the galaxy, and it gets funneled in by the magnetic field right to that point, because every single star on that entire system is a load on that circuit. And if you think about all the watts and all that are given off by all of the planets and all the stars and all that's happening underground and all of the electrons and all of the protons that are spinning around each other, vibrating, and all of that has to be powered by that current. You don't get anything for nothing.
Yep, and I think our system is a cluster, probably a little over 40 stars. Some of them are much closer, of course.
I actually don't know.
Our heliosphere is like 93 AU out there. It's not like, but I think about on the average, the ratio probably from my calculation is that each light year is about 12 AU. So, just for fun to pluck into your number system if you feel inclined to see how things really are around there.
No, you make a good point. I don't know how many are around us. I do know that our parallax distancing is pretty much the only thing that we can take now as being relatively true, and that doesn't go much past 400 light years, I think, which I'm impressed they can do as good as they do, considering how narrow the angles are.
Well, with the assumptions that they use, it's kind of like geological time. If you use Gunther's um, uh, archaeological rate, it halves the geological age of
Well,
the
no,
entire.
I'm referring to only to parallax, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, parallax really doesn't even get that well to the moon. But you have to have certain assumptions on all kinds of things. You get the right ratios, you just don't necessarily, you don't have a real stick to determine
The
how
only
far
way we
things
could be
really are.
wrong is if we're wrong about the distance between the Earth and the Sun, correct?
No, the parallax, that's a stick, but to go out, you have to make another assumption. You have to make other assumptions about what the distances really are.
See, no, this is my problem, and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm actually challenging you here because I want to know. If I'm not mistaken, we basically look at, let's say, the spring equinox and the fall equinox, and we have 1 AU to the sun, and obviously on the other side we would have 1 AU as well. So that's 2 astronomical units that we have, plus the distance of the sun itself. So the sun itself, the amount of space it is, and then we look at a star compared to background stars from both of those points. And if they're close enough, we should see a distance, a change in those 2 photographs. And by measuring the distance of the change in those 2 photographs, we can use trigonometry to determine its distance away from us. Am I not correct?
That's where you're going to get your angle. You know, trigonometry on paper, on math, it's all perfect. But
Of course,
even with that,
it's trigonometry.
with that,
Hi, guys.
with that, you're going to get 3 different distances depending
I'm not
on
saying
which
trigonometry, right? What am I the word I'm thinking about here? Not trigonometry. Geometry?
Isn't this what the plasma state project is working on, Jim and Eugene?
I don't know what Jim and Eugene are working on. No,
Oh,
not everyone tells me everything.
I should send a link to
Oh,
it.
that, yes. Yes, I've seen that. Yes, of course.
Yeah, because the parallax, the observations are constantly sort of drifting, like there's stuff in the way, which we assume is probably sort of plasma. And if they actually paid attention to the drift and tried to calculate from that, they might be able to work out the plasma that's in the way. But because they don't think anything's in the way, they're not paying attention to the parallax measurements. They're just not really investigating them. They've got an average and they're sticking to that.
Oh, see, and you're right on that. Using the Faraday effect to detect the drift. I think I shouldn't fault them too much because they are not unlike electrical engineers. We try to minimize all magnetic and capacitive links in our circuits because that's just wasted energy, if you know what I mean. So they are trying to get rid of that, just like we try to get rid of atmospheric interference and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, what you were saying earlier about wasn't Don Scott saying the magnetosphere is not a very good term because it's better to think of it as a boundary layer, you know? And because it's an interaction between things. It's like you were saying, is these we've got to start thinking of stars as networks that are interacting, and that's giving the layers. And instead of, oh, this star is making a magnetic field, you know, it's like it's the result of interaction of a network.
That's the part that always bothers me. It's like, we need to make a magnetic field. Let's get something spinning. What? No. Like that's not how you do it at all.
I'm not even an electrical engineer, and from what I can follow, it doesn't make sense. It's completely hypothetical. But yeah, the electric network is a completely new way of looking at it.
And what makes it interesting is if you're correct, then we should be able to, for example, let's say I was able to control the current throttle on the local chimney. I should be able to go, you know, and turn up the current that's going through that. Now, you can't really, but let's pretend I could. Then every single thing attached to that, every single cell, which was a corpuscle in that whole chain, would react to that. Every planet that's plugged into it, each one is plugged into a circuit. If you want to think about the Earth's having a circuit, well, the poles are one part of the Earth's circuit, and all the way around the equator of the heliopause, reaching all the way to the tip of the tail, is the other end of that circuit. And that's somewhat hard for people to envision because they've been brought up under the assumption that space is empty. And we know that we get ripples in the rings of Saturn. We know it ripples. If it ripples, then it's a cohesive unit. Just like the tails of the galaxy go up on the sides. Why do they go up on the sides? Because they're pulled that way. But that makes no sense to them because they are supposed to be spinning around a center, held there by gravity. Well, now, if this is the case, then there's no need for gravity beyond... Well, there's just no need for gravity beyond a solar system, really, because it controls nothing. As far as I know, Alphane would be 100% correct. The gravity is the ashes of prior electrical systems. There's no... Once the events are done, they're just spinning, and they're going to keep spinning like tops as they are slowly, with the slow friction they're given, and they're going to wind down, which is what we're doing, slowly and slowly, slowly. But that doesn't mean we can't be wound back up, because we were clearly... I mean, this is also hard for people to grasp. There is a 65 million years dinosaur idea that we're all comfortable with, and then we forget about everything. And then 10,000 years ago, there were giant bears and saber-toothed tigers. And then there's us. Now, that's kind of the thing that's in our head as a pretend version. We know that caveman occurred somewhere between those two. So we know that they didn't get a chance to play with the dinosaurs, but they did get eaten by saber-toothed tigers. Okay, so we got this down. But when you think about it, what the hell happened? Why did they get big again? Why did suddenly all the species on Earth suddenly get huge again? That's a very interesting thing. Perhaps, even though the dates are not really 65 million years ago, but perhaps things were dying, were sort of getting weaker again. Then we got caught by Saturn and charged back up while we were attached to it. And during that time, the effects on the Earth were different. And again, if you had megafauna, then we should have mega men, which of course is very difficult for people to even grasp. But I mean, I'm not comfortable with just babbling on about giants, but well, then the flood came, right? And got rid of all those evil things, according to Noah. Except for, what was his name? The behemoth? The brontosaurus-looking thing? Anyway, this is the eyes I was looking at here in my picture here. I imagine two eyes right in here. One, two, looking out. It would look like a cloaked figure. I think the rings would be different than that, but I guess it depends on where you're at. Like what part, like how far up you are. Like if you were right on the equator, they would look like that, I guess. Just a line. The lines itself, by the way, are that's something that's very interesting because the zodiac light was also pretty potent back in the past. And because it would be the debris field that was not sucked up by all the planets going by, right? And it would probably have a reddish tinge, and you can still see the zodiac light today. So I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. So, or did I just break up and no one hears me anymore at all?
No, you're there. The conversation is quite lively, actually, in the chat.
Ah, okay. I was wondering where everyone... No one's paying attention to me now. They're all just going to go chat. I'll just sit back and let you guys chat then.
Giantism is an evolutionary effect of long, slow, stable ecological periods says Philip Ray. John Pershing has been quite active.
Yeah,
he says, I know.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say to Mr. Ray there, I think that it would have to, I mean, two things would have to be prevalent, and Ted Holden points this out rather readily. No matter what you are, you would need the calories to keep yourself alive. So you need a lot of calories. So the idea that there was a quote-unquote golden age with 24-hour sunlight on the northern hemisphere, with fresh water running down and probably fruit growing everywhere, and you didn't have to want for anything, would be fantastic. You could eat to your heart's content. And then when that ended, the flood would wash over, and anything left after that would be trying to eat something smaller than it. And the idea that death came at that point as well is a really interesting coinkydink. And I mean, obviously, death as in not getting killed and eaten by a tiger, but more like slowing down and dying of old age. So it's neat that they happen to occur at the same point. And I don't doubt, though, that it would have been a long and steady growth situation. And probably with less gravity. What was the next question there?
The Hope Project has made some really interesting and provocative comments. When the Earth is on one side of the sun and you look at a star, the light bends left, and when the Earth is on the other side of the sun, the light bends right? That's a question. Not sure plasma really bends light like that.
It does. It does indeed.
Okay, tell us about it.
It's one of my, I know it this well. This is how much I love it, because this is a, oh, there we go. Dr. Ed Dowdy. He's from NASA, and this is his, I know it sounds kind of weird, solar gravitation and solar plasma wave propagation interaction. Okay, all it means is gas optics. That's it, plasma optics, what he's talking about. And he's replacing his, Dave Novak, by the way, is going to be, I'm going to try to get on stage to host things, by the way, at EU 2020. But Dave Novak has taken the reins again, and deservedly so, as being the MC. So, I mean, it's hard to compete with him, you know. So, anyway.
But what, does he have more hair than you, or what's going on?
Well, he's actually a classical trained storyteller, so.
Fancy.
I'm just someone who can tell a joke on stage. That's about it. So, what Dr. Ed Dowdy is talking about in this particular video, and in almost all of his videos, is the way that the light bends around up the sun. And he particularly complains that the sun should actually bend the light more if we're using gravitational theory. We note that we get a little bit of bending right near the surface here, okay? Right near the surface of the sun, okay? Now, if we were looking at it, I'm going to just jump ahead and show you what it should be doing. Okay, so he's showing this big curve here as the drop of the gravity wells of planets. Here's the Earth and so on. And because of these wells, we sit at where we sit, and there's things in equilibrium, blah, 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 blah. However, it's not, what should happen is we should see lensing all the way out to like 4 radiuses from the sun, maybe 5. And we don't see any lensing. The gravity should be lensing it, but it only lenses it right near the sun's surface. And the reason he thinks that's to be true, instead of, this is what we should see, okay? But we see that. I know that you guys are delayed here on this side, but trust me, it looks great over there. So the issue then becomes why? So he began to plot the density of the, I guess you could say, the air or plasma around the sun. And by doing so, and other galaxies, he began to realize that it's not gravity that's bending it. It's being bent by, and just a little bit, being bent because it goes through a thick atmosphere, just like it does on Earth, why the sun looks red at sunset. In fact, most people don't know that the sun actually rises 3 minutes before it rises, because the light will bend around the atmosphere and hit your eyes, and the red will bend more, which is why the sun looks red. But as it goes higher, it will look more white, because it actually has crossed the horizon at that point. So on the moon, it's night, day, because there's no atmosphere. But here, the atmosphere is bending the light towards our eyes. Red bends more. Now, this is something else that we note. Well, actually, blue bends more, but diffuses more. But anyway, the issue he noticed is that also when you start looking at some of the things like the quintets and stuff like that, like this right here, this has been 20 years we've been looking at Sagittarius A. All of these should be bending and going crazy, but they don't. Like that and that should have both went and turned into disks because of the lensing around that quote-unquote black hole. But we didn't see anything around it. So what's likely happening then is it's the atmosphere of the galaxies are bending light, which is probably why they look blue. That's why the Einstein rings are blue, stuff like that. So, to answer your question, actually, I'm not sure what the question is now. Something about bending of light? Sorry. I'm trying to remember what it is. I know it had something to do with the bending of light, so.
Esoteric Gold says, we found giants buried with gold and advanced nuclear spheres in boron boxes, which increases neuron capture, connecting the alchemist charging of the monoatomic elements as a new food source. In fact, there was another comment that was made earlier that I thought was really interesting. It was let's see here. Was a making stories. There was an earlier in the chat. Maybe you guys can help me. There was a mention of something that was had to do with an element or something that was new, or I thought it sounded kind of interesting. I can't find it now, but anyway. So the chat is really cool. There's some really smart people.
Well, that's one of the reasons I love them.
Yeah, it's impressive.
We there's a lot of talk about what the world would have been like. The idea that you would sit underneath the Dendera lights and try to get energy from it, or to think faster, or think better, or think clearer. And that to me is very, very critical. You mentioned monoatomics and stuff like that, because you could put gold in your body and it won't hurt it. One of the advantages, because it doesn't react with anything. But when I see like other things that they did with their huge skulls, panning, I think, was what it was called. I'll try Paraka skulls. They probably have some in there. Yeah. What is it with them? They put holes in their skulls. Like, I'm not sure if there was a goal to make their Like if they were trying to remove a tumor, or were they trying to get more air to their skulls, or like into their brains? We have a particularly unique brain, so the only thing that has a brain close to us is a pig.
It could have been fashion as well, but the
Putting holes in
interesting
your
that,
heads, that's fashion.
yeah, well, who knows? Man's kind of weird at times.
Yes, we are.
The thing that you were talking about, the bending of light happening through the atmosphere, then that should have meant that when we got telescopes up in space, there should have been a shift in all their calculations, to more surprising ones, or just a shift. I didn't hear about any shift.
Well, you did
Yeah.
actually.
That's a good point. Really?
I don't think there was a shift because the give and take that's in the system, they can shift that around rather than what they're. What I'm saying is that the measurements are so narrow that they make certain assumptions, and when they come up with another thing that doesn't quite fit, they can shift other things around to make it fit where they expect it to be.
You just defined Egyptology.
They have expectations about where all these things are, and they're going to tweak things, like just like Rupert Sheldrake's book shows, that all the main things that their assumptions are, they'll tweak them until they get them to the right numbers. So they all balance out the way that they're, even though they're all wrong.
Mm-hmm. You've just defined
that's the same.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I was more interested in trying to figure out, the reason that if you go back and find out what the assumption was, that's to me is the nature of, the essence of it, basically. There's a part in science that is often not expressed anymore. And that is, it says, first things, state your assumptions. But they don't. No one states them at all anymore. So
it's because they're an authoritarian system now. They're not challenging. They're not doing science. They are the authority, and they're right no matter even when they're wrong. And if there is going to be a change, it's the leadership is going to make the decision that makes the change. And if they're all nuts, and the sane people call in and tell them, hey, we found something, it's obvious, look, okay, why don't you make the change? And they go, oh, no, I don't think so. Yeah, it might disrupt my budgets.
Yeah, that's a bit disturbing.
Well, it's the way that organizations naturally do these things, and their consensus is they're following. So it becomes a belief eventually, and when they don't accept, they're afraid of being criticized for not being the authority man, who could be wrong. They want to be right no matter what. So this is a human natural inclination.
Well,
and
that's the trick. It is, but one of the things that we're supposed to do, the very beginning, is state your assumption. Like you see that at the beginning of something that goes, given blah blah blah, and given blah blah blah, then blah 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 blah, and this is my reasoning. And that's what you should do. You should, because this is basically, we did not have one paradigm back when there was natural philosophy. I mean, in the sense that natural philosophy was the way to go about it. But we did not take that and throw it against the wall when relativity came out. And as you can see, the biggest problem with relativity is, as absolutely as simple as it can be, it divorces cause and effect. Cause and effect are critical. Each part should be experimentally proven. Like, if I say that putting current through a wire will generate a magnetic field. That's an if-then statement. And I know that because of Ampere's law and Faraday, and I know how that got refined. And actually, now I don't know what charge is. Very hard to understand. I mean, if you break it right down, are we talking just hydrogen and electrons? But clearly there's more to it than that.
Yeah, because they, as you say, they don't tell you their assumptions. They just assume their assumptions. They assume their paradigm, and then they take observation and experiment and try to bend the analysis of those to fit how it would best fit that paradigm. So
Yes.
they cannot, you tell them to change their paradigm, they think you're asking them to throw science out, wholesale.
Well, yes, because, I mean, like, I've said this before. Dr. Pierre Robitaille goes with the liquid hydrogen model. And I don't argue with him. I think that for him, that's appropriate because he can't go against, Newton, basically. If you go against Newton, you're going to die. They're going to crucify you, period. The Velikovsky went against Newton and Einstein, so he was crucified. Sheldrake is going against Newton and Einstein, so he's being crucified. Eric Lathwaite was burned at the stake as a heretic. He went against Newton. And who's left? I'm trying to think of any heroes that got crucified recently.
Alton R.
Oh, Arp, thank you. Arp only went against Einstein. So he was crucified a different way. Maybe drawn and quartered? I don't know. But
yes, alive.
Well, that's the trick, isn't it? They can't burn you at the stake anymore. That's one of the best part of Universe Cosmology Quest. I think it's down here at the end.
Yeah. Well, this is Aristotle's assumption that mass is attracted to mass. For 2,000 years, we've been holding on to it. Newton just put some numbers to it. So,
what do you mean?
And again,
sorry, I'm not arguing with the atomic model as displayed by the Greeks. I did not know that they had a mass attraction theory.
No. I mean, that's the genesis of it. We're still fighting. Newton called himself and Aristotle physicist. So we're still working on overthrowing Aristotle. That's what I was.
But physicist is just something he made up.
Yeah.
That's like me walking over and going, "Hey, you're just a nihilist. Well done."
Well, I mean, he made the formula. Let's put it that. Just like
no, I'm not arguing that he. No. Newton did make the formula. I'm not arguing with that. I was arguing with the fact that Newton is calling someone a physicist. That's basically like giving them a title if you're the developer of physics.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what he called himself. I read.
He called. Okay,
He called himself an Aristotelian physicist.
Oh, he called himself an Aristotelian physicist.
Correct.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Sorry if I.
I thought you were. I thought he was calling Aristotle a physicist. That's what I thought you said, and so I was like, "Well, la ti da. I can call anyone. Like, hey, you're a universal electric universist." Because I made it up, right? So, right. I didn't make that up, but you know what I mean. It's because he invented physics. That's why it's
But
funny that he would say that. Sorry.
And then
Now it makes sense.
The train of thought goes that since he made that formulation, they're still fighting over mass. What mass is attracted to it, to more mass? And of course, as you say, they turn it to the atomic model because it doesn't work with the model that he gave, as the Earth is the only mass that's like is attracted to like. So the reason that we're having all these problems with the definition of mass is because the physicist guys after Maxwell decided they wanted solid things, because that's what they called what was real. So once they said they had to make something solid, which was the atom and the particle, and that's what Einstein gave them was packets of energy, so that they could call that an atom or a particle or whatever.
Wait. Quanta came before that. Who did that one? Who came up with quanta? Heisenberg or? The term quanta to mean the smallest that anything can be. I'm trying to remember where that originated.
Well, actually, that was the original form of the atom. Atom was supposed to be the smallest thing possible by the Greeks.
Right, but then we found electrons and protons, and we had to incorporate that. Oh my God. I'm suddenly realizing what they went through and why. I mean,
They wanted
we also, guys,
physics to be real.
It's also very important to remember, people, just in case anyone's wondering, not has this been thought about for obviously thousands of years, but probably since the ancient Egyptians, but this conversation that we're referencing, that was only 115, maybe 100 years ago, that era. That's it. Like literally in the 1920s, they were having this conversation, but they had to fly to some conference somewhere to have it. And then Niels Bohr went, no, I'm right, fuck you all. And everyone went, I guess he's right. Except for Schrodinger and a few others. Schrodinger, I think, flipped the table over and said, you guys are out of your effing minds. It's like, what are you doing? You're just making babble out now. You're just talking crazy talk. Because he recognized that their issue was that they were missing, well, they were divorcing cause and effect in a nutshell.
And now they have to find a particle that doesn't exist, that creates all mass. Now they found it.
Bullshit. I mean, yes.
Exactly. But see, it's solid, but nothing's solid. And nor is anything mass in comparison to that. If you just go back to Maxwell waves, you got it all. You don't need anything. You just need.
You don't have it all, but you have a lot more than I think that you did before. And
you have a form of energy that you can actually understand.
Yes.
And you might actually be able to define it.
Like I think of like electrons do not respond to gravity at all. Trust me. We had this joking conversation in electronics engineering class. We were talking about it. It goes, no, we move the electrons around, and the electrons do not care about gravity at all. Wouldn't it be funny if all the gravity, all the electrons piled up at the bottom of your wires, and then we were laughing, ha ha ha. But
and this is exactly how quantum fields gets its unity. It inserts.
Does quantum fields even exist?
In it. It actually inserts the electron in it to gain that unity. That's why quantum mechanics doesn't have it, and quantum fields does.
Well,
that's what we need to do.
I don't know anything about quantum fields.
Into it.
Like if you talk to me about a gravity field, okay, I might not know how to exactly define it, but I can give you a great list of characteristics. So as to its cause, may not, but the characteristics show. The electronics, magnetism and electricity, I know them and how they're related. Quantum field, What the hell are you talking about? I don't know anything about that. Like, there's nothing in my science that tells me what that really is. Besides Star Trek and a quantum torpedo, I know nothing about that. And I'm not trying to be an asinine asshole about it, pardon my French, but there's simply no way for me to understand, because I don't know what force generates that and how it comes into being.
Well, quantum only means that it comes in whole numbers. So basically, like I said, if you go back to Maxwell waves and fields, if you go back particularly with fields and you cut the fields into sections, then you have quantum.
I picture, and this is just an idea, that the reason that electrons are not attracted but atoms are, or anything that's positively charged, but even if it's neutralized by being inside, having its own electron, basically, like hydrogen has its own electron, it's not a hydrogen ion, not just H+, it's neutral. If that is still attracted to other atoms as per normal, just like, but not very much, it's very light. Now, I wonder, looking at the structured atom model, if you could bear with me here, imagine that it is because of the internal structure of these atoms and the fact that they are so many positive and negative charges balanced but interwoven together in that model. That is why they're attracted to each other. Electrons are not attracted to each other because they are just made up. They could be brought into existence to balance out the equation, but otherwise they might not really exist. However, just like you sort of where two bodies are getting attracted because they are sort of like there's moving stuff inside of them, if you know what I mean, and they get pulled together and they will sort of just touch. That's the kind of feeling I have, like, because it has an internal structure, because it has activity or the possibility of a load of resonance going on inside. Like if I shoot a resonance wave, like an EM wave of light through a medium, the electrons will just, yeah, go right ahead, flow right through us. We don't care. But there is a slight amount that can get taken out of the light via the materials that it passes through, the positive materials, like other gases and so forth. Now, the thoughts there then is not their charges, but the complexity underneath of their nuclei, that they are attracted to each other and they conglomerate. Perhaps because they are pulled together because of their own resonating activity. Basically, as they are communicating with each other that they are around, they are losing some of that energy is taken up and they come closer together. There's just, I'm just seeing, it's like it's right there on the end of your tongue, or it's right there at the end, but it's not quite into formulation. But it's not what they say it is. It's not a bending of space and time. And this quanta idea to me is almost a waste of a mathematical juggling, really. And it's hard to understand, but if you're going to be right on something, you have to look at the anomalies, and a lot of the anomalies are solved using the model of the structured atom model by Ito Kao, because of that reason, because it correctly predicts why uranium breaks into two separate different sizes, why there is a physical limit to how big molecules can get or atoms can get, and how and why some atoms have a propensity to be structured into, say, hexagons, like carbon, for example, because they are indeed hexagons. And then, of course, what that means to the resonances they're creating, because each of these would have a different so to speak, radio frequency and absorption rate and all this other wonderful stuff. And it's that type of thing that makes me question the nature of what gravity really is. It's that type of thinking, a holistic approach, that is better than trying to just magically associate it with a particle and make up a lot of interesting particles as you go. I mean, it's like naming all the plants. I congratulate you and I thank you very much for coming up with such a great way of naming plants and categorizing everything on the planet of Earth, because that's really something good. But now we're done with that science. Well, we're not done. Other people are still continuing as we get new species and old species get knocked off and all that wonderful stuff. What you're supposed to do from there is figure out why they're like that. Not they just grow here because that's where they grow. Well, yeah, my grandmother can tell you that. But why does this leaf form this way? Why does it want to be this way? And if you're saying it's because of predators, who's teaching it to the next generation and how? Like, these are the questions that we're here as scientists to answer. You know,
now you're talking like Rupert Sheldrake, and now you're going to get burned to the stake.
Well, that's actually funny because
things are pretty interesting in biology at the moment. There's a geneticist, Stephen Jones. He says it's a nightmare with species differentiation because they're realizing there are all these hybrids. They had no idea about this before, and it almost links to what we were saying about viruses and comets. And if viruses and genetic information can be transmitted through space, then what's possible with evolution on Earth?
Well, and also, what does that mean for other planets? Like, Venus could have life on it right now, and I don't mean incredibly complex life, but there's nothing hotter on Venus than there is at, say, a black smoker at the bottom of an ocean inside of a volcano, and we found life there. So, in fact, it's quite possible that underneath the surfaces of all planets, if me and you, or Eugene and I had talked about this as well, but he put it into a much more formal paper type of thing or presentation where he discussed biological layers within the Earth doing their thing continually. Like Chris Selle was on, and he was discussing what happens when like a bacteria that just eats oil, you know, nom 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 nom, or poops oil or something, eats rock and poops oil, and they found this, and I'm like, does that not imply to you that literally oil is just bacteria poop? Like, really? Like, shouldn't you think that instantly? But they didn't. They continued with, no, this is finely pureed dinosaur. Okay, fine, whatever. But there could be multiple layers inside the Earth, and we know water keeps going down until it balances. So until everything below it is filled. So there should be plenty of water underneath, and there's probably places where it is being cooked, boiled and so forth.
You just pointed out something really, really important, and that is that they find something out, they know it's a fact, it's obvious, and yet they don't incorporate it. Just like
that's weird.
The paradox of the double slit means that it has to be a wave. That's what a paradox means. It means you're looking at it wrong. You can't use spheres. You can't use atoms and particles and that kind of stuff because it makes nonsense. That's what a paradox is telling you.
Yeah.
But instead, this is what they do. They make it more complex. So they do it, an infinite number of slits, and then they take it, filter it through the other way, and do an infinite number of filters. And what do they come down to? It says that it's the path of least resistance. It goes through the thing. Well, if you know anything about electricity, you know that
Yeah.
lightning goes down the least. You already know it. You don't need to go through all these gyrations of being brilliant about creating an infinite number of slits and then an infinite number of counter slits to filter out. So you find out what the one thing is, to find out that the thing goes through the least path of least resistance. I didn't need to go through this gyration that only you nerds can figure out and think that way, and to call that sophistication, intelligence, or anything other than, yeah, you refuse to accept the simplistic nature of nature, and you're making yourself a bunch of lawyer language in order so that you can keep other people out from knowing, what is an obvious thing, and then you're calling this sophistication, this false sophistication,
Yes.
high intelligence, or my group is the only ones who can know quantum or whatever.
My
it's
group
just
is the only one who
nonsense.
can know quantum. Well, you're making, well, like you said, once you divorce, well, it's not me that said it. It is Walt Thornhill. Once you divorce cause and effect, you might as well go out and get a real job. Because any one of us, you guys don't do it, so you're not, well, you might. Some of you might. People online probably do here. Play role-playing games back before computers. So if you were going to play a role-playing game and you were the game master, you had to memorize the entire universe better than anyone who's playing in the game that you're playing. So you have to create a story for them, and you have to let it go out, and you tell the wonderful tale. But I needed to know the rules of that world, and there are certain ones of them, like like how is it that if it's D&D, how does magic work? What is the consequences of casting too many spells? What are the consequences of if you know the history of that particular place, you should know and there are a particular creature there, you should know the habits of that creature, so that you can make the world entertaining for the people who are playing in it. And they should go, oh yes, he said we saw eggs before. Troglodytes do have eggs, type of thing. And then creating a tale as you're telling it. But that is something that people who are absolute nerds, who are scientists and so forth, don't have experience with. You've never played the games. You've been obsessed with reality, or what you think is reality. But so much so that you don't realize you've stepped off into the realm of La La Land, and you might as well be talking to some kid about the Elder Scrolls Online, and well, no, you don't understand, because Hermaeus Mora controls all knowledge that was discarded from the world. You're actually talking about Aetherius. So you should worship that god instead. And that's the one who will grant you the knowledge that you need in this particular times of trouble up ahead. You just said that. It's the same bullshit is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What they do is that they go to the Sapphire Project, see if they can't find an analysis that can conform to their paradigm. Otherwise, they have a brain meltdown, and they can't deal with it.
That's when science is being done. When you find something that's outside of your paradigm, like an anomaly to your paradigm, is when you're going to find new science. You shouldn't shy away from that. That's what bothers me greatly. Like that, and luckily, people like what was his name, Dr. Gerald Pollack. He did the perfect example. He studied water. No one has it's not cosmology, it's not astronomy, and it's not, I guess, history. Okay, so it's not touching any of those things that people get their panties in a pinch over. So he goes and he says, something's weird about water. See this? How we can make a negative positive just by shining light on it? Huh. And he took that one little thing and ran with it because of hydrophilic and hydrophobic solutions. And we learned a lot because of this, like a lot more than about life, about our life and about things that might be how things are done and why water inside our body is different than water outside our body and all these things about how joints work. And it's just amazing. Now, all of that because he was studying water. That's the type of, because he found an anomaly. That's the same thing.
But they
just don't look at the anomalies anymore.
But there was some of the other guys were jealous, and they actually tried to stop his grant.
Who?
Someone in the the administration. There are jealous people out there.
No. I mean, stop whom?
Stop him. They were going to.
Rupert Sheldrake or this gentleman, Dr. Pollack.
You're the water.
Dr. Gerald Pollack. Okay,
friend.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We mentioned a few names. So
he was in the University of Washington, and I happened to watch one of his videos, and he talked about this episode where they, this is an organ. These are scientists. Mm-hmm. And they were going to not accept his grant money, so to deny him access to it. And it got to the point where the uppers had to get involved and stop this nonsense.
Because he's backing it up. It's not like he was making it up. Did you think, like, this is the problem. When someone does something like Monty does and goes ahead and actually takes a peek at this thing, finds out what he found out, he doesn't stop. He goes and tries to repeat it. And then tries to see if his theories are correct. When he changes something, does it change something else? And do it over and over and over again. That is poking at the anomaly. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what you're supposed to do.
But I'm saying that there are individuals in science who would rather you not be so free because they're jealous. They literally tried to keep money away from his project. They would have killed his project grant money by not accepting it, because it would have, it's a federal money. It would if you don't take it, it goes, and they were going to keep it from being accessible by his department. So I'm just saying that what we accept is not what everybody else wants to accept. The organizations have their own stuff, and people want to believe that science is only interested in truth. It's just not so. There are plenty of scientists who
see that science is a tool to make them famous, rich, or otherwise satisfy their egos.
Well, it's all about status, and it's just different forms of status. And knocking him down would made a lot of people happy.
Why do you think?
That's just that, and that's part of human nature too. Because I'm finding that's there are people
he was dreaming too big. Is that was it?
Well, he was free to dream, and they couldn't dream as much as they wanted to.
They're actually taught not to dream.
Well, at least not them. They worked for 40 years to get where they are, and they're still not free. They're hand shackled too. And then he found somebody who has a greater degree of freedom than them.
He just asked a simple question. It
doesn't matter.
No. I'm not challenging that. I just said that they could have done it too. It's not hard. Go find a question that no one's asking. The trouble is that the possibilities immediately, because you're taught to think of the splendor and wonderness of the paradigm that you're in. All hail the wondrous paradigm. Thank God for science.
Yeah, but the negative part of herd dynamics is that there are people who would rather be making $25,000 a year as long as everybody else is making only $20,000. And if you're given the choice that they could have $100,000 a year, they will choose not to if it means that other people around them make more than they do. they literally will choose to be poor as long as everybody else is poor around them. That's the other half, because they're, I don't know if you want to call them
Oh,
losers
no.
or
You've
they're below
already
average.
you've defined a lot of things for me on that. You spoke to me in two different ways. One was oddly political regarding people, and the other one was not so, but more harken back to the day I realized I have to leave here. These people are going to hold me here, and I'm going to get drunk with them for the remainder of my days, and this is where I'm going to wear a hole in this bar stool. Like, no, I cannot let this happen, because you can't. Because that's not where I want to go, and don't get me wrong, I loved them, but you're going to make sure I stay here with you and make you feel good about being here. And I can't be here. And like that, I have to go and do things like this.
Neil, Buried Axeblade has a problem with censorship, and he feels that his voice is being suppressed. So maybe we can talk about.
Sure.
Yeah, he's having a hard time, and so maybe we can help him.
What's up?
Well,
I'll let you tell me. For him, be his advocate, as it were. Or don't. Or did I lose you?
hey, sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, good. Oh, thank God.
It's where we're working at. Let's see. Enough of that. Anyone ever see water vapor make lightning in a blender? At Prime, yeah, it's not cool. We need to go back to a backup channel. We don't need Big Brother wrenches. Thank you very kindly, referring to the wrench next to my name. Let's see. If individual in chat doesn't want to see other person's opinions, that person can personally block the person, which is offending them. Blocker can't see the offense. Offender can't see the blocker. I said, yes, we covered the topic of propaganda earlier. This is not a political forum. Let's see. I hope no one's getting paid for this chat. No one here has a job here, huh? Some perceive duty to limit chat to a subjective model, censored for spreading the truth. So, suddenly
give me
we
a
have
gist on this. Yeah.
Well, this is basically this. We had a comment that was political, something about Texas turning blue in 2021. I mentioned please keep the current political chat down. This is not a political forum. There was a second comment made about politics, and I offered a second current political content warning. And now we have free speech advocates that are demanding to have their voice heard on the air. So I believe me, I think free speech is important, but I also think we have some very fragile egos, and oftentimes brilliant people can be quite fragile. And so maybe you want to deal with that, Neil.
Actually, I'm not one of those people with a fragile ego, but I do. I'm not. How do I put this? This is probably the best. This is actually pretty good to bring up. The electric universe brings a lot of people together, and I find that it brings a lot of people from disparate points of view. Now, interestingly, on my own personal page, as Duff can point out, I have a lot of people who love to fight with me about politics, mostly because they have an image in their head of who I am. Like we talked about that too. And you're arguing from that point of view where you see something in your head and you think that, oh, I'm arguing with her because she's Nancy Pelosi, or I'm arguing with him because he's Bill O'Reilly or something. But whatever, it's not obviously who they really are. We just try to keep politics really, well, especially the bitter parts. We obviously, if you let it, everything that's on TV will spread throughout everything. It will infect everything. We have no problem with anyone wanting to believe anything or whatever, but it's the same. The issue with it is the same issue that we have with beliefs in general when it comes to studying stuff like this, because they're biases. If you have to state your assumptions, you also have to state your biases. You have to state your assumptions. That's just, and a belief is a big assumption. Assuming Jesus was real, or whatever you want to say there. That doesn't mean you can't talk about it. Obviously, we do a lot of that kind of talk in the show around Bibles and different holy books and stuff like that, and meaning no disrespect on any. But when it comes to stuff like, that's good to know that something cool is happening in Texas. Just it would rapidly turn into just a bunch of people yelling about stuff. It's usually what we try to avoid it. So we know you're not really trying to do something, but you're not trying to be a rabble rouser, and we're not trying to censor you. But I promise you, no one will put you in jail for your words, which is the meaning of free speech. But they can still kick you out of Arby's. So that's the problem, you see. I want to be open to all, and as long as people have the decorum and respect, we're usually fine, and we haven't had any issues. I think that, like, someone giving a content warning, you didn't delete their post, you just said, no politics, please, type of thing, I assume.
No, I set a request, and then I set an expectation, and then I got a First Amendment lecture.
Yeah. That's okay. You're right. You can freely speak wherever you want. But yeah, there are going to be places where people will simply not want you to. Like, as much as it's going to be great at EU 2020, I guarantee you, if someone walks in there screaming how much Wall Thornhill is a piece of crap or something, someone's going to escort him out or knock him on his bum. So it's not human beings are human beings, right? But he's not going to get arrested for what he did unless there was a punch thrown first or something, if you know what I mean. So it's just not like that. I mean, trust me, when it was just me and Andy and a bunch of people at a table, we were going all over stuff in 2016, 2017. Me and Ben, David, John David, what's his name? There was a ton of us that were just having wonderful political talks while we were there. And then, of course, a bunch of us Canadians got together. We were like, you're Canadian too? Oh, my God. How many are there? Let's get them all together. Then we were like just running around being weird Canadians. And so, yeah, this is perfectly, absolutely normal. So, but, please don't indulge yourself too much on my chat. Or preferably, we've had some issues with trolling recently. At least the ideas have come to the forefront. So this is probably why stuff's making the point. So there's a way that we're supposed to run here in the show, and there's also a way that we're trying to be fair. And obviously, I'm open to when I'm not seeing things from other people's points of view, and we have to be aware of that as well. I didn't notice half of the problems that some people have noticed, and other things that I thought were problems weren't. So clearly, you learn by talking with each other and going through it. So, but yeah, that's all. I don't want to cause any problems.
I have a simple rule that I go by, Neil, and you can tell me whether or not you think this is the way to go.
Well, I don't know already. I'm going to cut you off and tell you you're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Okay, that's reasonable. I can hear that. Bottom line, I guess, for me, it's either you're being productive or you're being destructive. If you're being constructive, then I appreciate it. If it's divisive or destructive, then it's a problem. And our hashtags are the Electric View, Plasma plasma cosmology and the electric universe, there are plenty of platforms for free speech everywhere. And this is a place where people can go and not have to deal with politics. I have plenty of my own political opinions, and if you'd like to join me on Facebook, I will let you know exactly how I feel. But I refrain from that kind of thing because I think it's important that we have a space that's safe and free from the divisive nature of our current political situation. And so therefore, if your opinions are perceived by me personally as divisive, I will confront you. And if Neil doesn't want me to do that, then he's going to have to tell me differently, because that's the judgment call that I make.
Oh yeah, we don't want trolling, harassment, political comments. Like if you say something tongue in cheek that happens to be relevant to a conversation that mentions politics, that's not the end of the world. You know, like if someone goes, well, if the next upcoming election of blah, 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 this particular state allows it, the something historical society might be able to work with the whatchamacallit native case there. We can, perhaps, does someone know someone who's on that council or blah, 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 blah. That's talking about some aspect of politics, but it's directly related to what's going on. So clearly, you know, nothing's bad about that. But it's when it's like, where someone goes, oh, basically imagine if it's like, oh, liberals, or oh, conservatives, or oh, whatever, like those type of things. Like, just let's stop that now, preferably, like if we can. But we're not going to like snip your words right out and tell you can never do it. I mean, you're free to do it, but they're probably going to get deleted if you keep it up, and then someone's probably going to mute you for a bit.
If your whole goal is to, like, you know, jab it to the Republicans or jab it to the liberals, or, I mean, I don't need to hear about who you think is going to win in an upcoming election. That's
I don't
not
know.
relevant
I
to
think
electric universe
let's
theory.
get together, guys.
I don't need it. On a broader note, can I? We have a really interesting comment that just came up on
but it's going to ruin my joke because I had a whole thing here.
I'm sorry.
I had a whole thing here where we're going to have to get together.
I'm feeling uncomfortable, and I'm really wanting to get back to
I know,
what
but I'm going to try to make it.
Ahead.
See, I felt the same thing, and I was coming with a joke.
Okay.
You see, my joke was
I'm sorry.
Together, as all of us here can fully attest. I don't think any of us has any use for the Swedes. And so screw them and
so
everything.
We can just hate them.
Just
that'll be
the
convenient
Swedes
for us.
And all those people in Antarctica, fight me. Okay.
So we're not blaming Canada anymore.
Oh well, if you want to, we don't mind.
Okay. All right. I just need to know.
It's not very fun to blame Canada. We're going. We hate you. Okay. Do you need some chips or anything? Are you good? Anyway. So
listen, this guy said some cool stuff. Baniato Tamashi of SPK. I just wanted to ask about the electric universe. If dielectricity is either, as said by Santos Bonici, and magnetism is spiritual force, can the 6 chakra transform cells within the microcosm energy body? I think I got that right.
I know nothing about what you just said. Number one.
Oh, sorry. It sounded really smart to me.
Well, someone said that I was lucky to have all my chakras open. I thought that was very nice of them to say, but which is apparently a full-blown hippie. So a pure-blood hippie. I don't know what that is, but yeah, they told me about my chakras because I was very sure of myself. I went through an experience that's supposed to change you, and I was like the same person the next morning, and they were like, you're very sure of who you are, and I was like, yep, 100%. So however, the experience of dielectricity is something that comes up a lot. It's not a thing that, like, a dielectric is like, for example, the atmosphere that separates the ground charge from the cloud charge. That buffer is a dielectric technically. Sometimes we use glass as a dielectric, or mica. Other things like that are dielectrics. They keep electric charge from going through and breaking down. That said, dielectricity, as far as I know, is only something that's mentioned by Ken Wheeler and apparently a group of people blowing up around that. Like, and I don't know, and I think it has something to do with Walter Russell. And I don't, I mean, Buddy's a big fan of Walter Russell, and so I try not to disrespect that too much, because there's probably something in the harmonies that they're referring to that they notice that's real. And I love, like I said, exploring that avenue. But as far as what we know, like it's not something in a textbook that I can look up and give you a definition or anything. And so I saw them as two separate things. Like, I don't know about the dielectricity, so I don't know about the guy. As for chakras, to think of us as actually having layers in our body, which are of different charges as they go up our body. In the past, that was even more true than it is now. So that's something. There's probably a reason why they oiled feet, and there's probably a reason why they had to keep their hair from going up, if you know what I mean, because that was a good way of getting hit by a lightning bolt. So I don't know the full scale of it, but these are things that come to mind. So I was trying not to be insulting.
There is Sheldrake's work of seeing whether someone is can watch. There is that by TV they could tell that somebody was looking at them halfway around the world.
Well, I did hear about that, and
yeah, he took a TV camera and see if other people. Sorry, I can't control the background news stuff around me. But he took TVs and see if people could notice if they're being stared on the back, and the TV was watching somebody halfway around the world, and they could notice, just like they do in the regular studies.
Well, that's one thing I enjoy about Rupert Sheldrake. He's doing exactly what I was saying. Explore the anomalies. What are the anomalies? These things that we all know as part of the human condition, we tell each other about them, we define them as paranormal, and we move on. There's other characteristics about being a human that we don't think about, and we don't understand how it happens, but it does. And that has a great interest to me as well because of this study. Because if you think about it, like we all experience certain things, like even if it's just minor things, like not like realizing you've been mispronouncing a word for a while, or realizing or having deja vu. Why do these events occur? We all know what they are. What's causing it? The illusion of consciousness. We have an illusion that we're always we have an unbroken consciousness, but it's not true. We just built that illusion as a blanket for ourselves to protect our ego from not realizing it. And that alone tells you something about us, that there's more than one psyche inside of us, and how they relate to each other is instrumental on who we are. Anyway,
Robert Diggins has a question.
Yes.
He asks, I'm trying to debate a Wheeler fan right now. They said the aether is inertia, or all the potential energy is in the universe. They said it could exist in a static state or as an entire universe. And then he says, I think potential energy requires a relationship with a thing that can do work. What do you think?
I think that we defined it. We were just discussing this today. Like literally at the beginning of the show, one of the question was, or the idea was that the solar influence is what we consider to be the an entire moving plane within itself, and we are all relative to it. That's what gives us our coordinates. It's not. This is why we don't feel the motion when things are influencing it. We feel it when we move the car, but we don't feel the earth spinning. You get my meaning? Because we're part of it. That intrinsic connection, moving relative to the 2 points. Like, for example, if you're trying to move my hand is moving through, it just doesn't have air resistance, but I have to get all of the molecules in my hand up to speed, and then I have to slow them down over here. Well, in so doing, there's not just the air resistance that I could calculate easily enough, but it would be the amount of force it takes to move my hand, and we use that by using inertia and mass, as he likely knows. But what is the framework that hangs on? And clearly, we're connected to the Earth. The Earth, however, is connected to the sun. So that's why we are, I guess, we were talking about the plane sort of wobbling. Like if the galaxy, or if it wobbles every 26 million years because of precession, it's not the planet wobbling, it's the entire solar system wobbling. That means the disk is wobbling, and that is wobbling because it's going along of a current. But we don't feel that motion. Otherwise, Uranus would go flying, because there's a lot of motion there. I mean, the Uranus will want to continue in a straight line. It's being pulled towards the sun, yes, but you're going to make it ignore the fact that it has to twist along the route. I don't see that. I don't see that as something that you can do. There's no force to make that happen, unless the force itself is because it's attached to the plane of the sun. That's another implication of Jim's theory. That it just naturally follows then. But that also means we have to figure out, that means that other stars are relative to us. The suns themselves will be in a circle around the Gould belt. That seems to be the case. But we don't know how they relate to each other. We have an idea that, for example, Betelgeuse is going 65,000 kilometers an hour across the sky. Why? I don't know why. So, just things like that. Like, I don't know. There has to be a relationship between all of these bodies, basically. And it's not gravity, basically. So we've already left that behind. We're attached to the side of a wiggling snake going through space. And instead of having a galaxy around us we're attached to, we're like a small galaxy around the Pleiades. Kinda. But either way, we're no longer the inertia has to be relative to something. That's the key. And it's something that might also be associated with ARP's idea when, for example, a plasmoid is shot out from a galaxy and it begins to fall back. And he said it was gaining electron density. But what this kind of means to me is that it's being ejected down the pipe of a large tube of a Birkeland current, it's a galactic Birkeland current, and then it's going to spool up into a galaxy. And when it does so, interestingly enough, it begins to fall back towards its parent galaxy. This is why we are falling back towards Andromeda, our galaxy is. Because Andromeda barfed us out, we turned into the Milky Way, and the Milky Way, as it became a galaxy, we are blue shifted towards Andromeda. Andromeda is the only thing that we're heading towards. Now, that right there then tells us that it's sort of, electrically speaking, as material came together to get more and more ions and make the plasma denser, it had, we talked about this before, what changes the principle that makes, like, changes the property of matter. You know, like, well, this could be one of them, something like this. And it begins to change its redshift and begins to become much more like normal matter. And then it's, as it does so, it's falling back towards its parent galaxy, like it's being attracted to it. As we were talking about earlier, sometimes a fictional source can appear between the two sources, that because likes. So you would have a positive will be attracted to a positive when they would normally repel, because a negative will gather between them. Because that's not really there, but it will appear there because of the attraction of these two. It basically builds up a bunch of negative right there. And that will attract them both. But once they get to a certain point, they're going to be repelled again. So they can never touch. This, if you think about planets in a similar way, and you think about galaxies in a similar way, well, in this case, this new galaxy spools up. It gets more and more of these ions in it that are more and more complex, and it starts having more and more inertia. And some of that inertia seems to be taken from its charge, and it begins to fall back towards its parent galaxy, probably because it's getting more positively charged. But that's just an idea, just as we are rambling here, but it's an implication. And that is similar to when you're referring to a galaxy, or in trying to understand why these things are all connected into one. So I don't know. Now, again, I don't remember the original question, but I hope that answered it.
You know, one of the things that you are getting into is that what you see is what you believe,
Yes.
because your mind is processing, and it's not constantly aware, but your mind wants to feel safe, so it pretends that you are. And the only thing that you can put in there that really doesn't exist is what you believe. If you believe something's true, you're going to insert that in there.
That's why it's difficult to come.
James Burke talked about that in The Day the Universe Changed. That's literally the premise of that entire series. Again, if anyone's not seen it, I'm going to go get it again. But it's very true.
I think that's what some people are actually do. What the scientists are doing, they believe in something, and then therefore they analyze everything through it. So that's just part of it.
Model,
Thank you.
because last year's.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Neil, that the Bestoic Primer was the guy that was talking earlier that said, he said, oh God, I almost forgot. Did you guys hear about the massa gas, the vibrated water that turns a gas that burns at low temps? Did I mention that already?
Well, yeah, I looked it up while you were here.
Did we talk about it?
No, we didn't talk about it. I looked at it while you were you had typed it in, and I said, hey, look up mimosa gas. So I did.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
But I think
curious,
I just typed,
what is it?
I don't know. I didn't get a chance to read. We got into something else.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I just thought that seemed like an interesting thing.
But the reason I recommend this series, and you can just find it on Daily Motion here, and the reason I suggest it is because it literally talks about this very thing, using only, of course, the conventional works, but from 1980 or so. So it's, I guess you could say, a little bit more true, and it expects you not to be an idiot. But it's not flash; it's substance. So in there you have the idea of how he defines what made the universe change, like what events occurred and how it changed the entire world. One of them was, for example, when we were in the after the Roman Empire fell apart, and we were living in the Dark Ages, so to speak. He said it's impossible for us to grasp now, but everything they knew was old. There was nothing new ever happened. It was just anthologies and Reader's Digest, like of scripture readings and different things that they managed to recopy and copy from the past. And that's what reading material was. You know, like no one had the time to actually, like, the whole book was one thing, but they would like just get a smattering of a bunch of books, you know, that they managed to find from some Roman galleon or whatever, or some old lady to find or something. And this is kind of how they were trying to cobble together the history, and they lived on top of mountains and monasteries, and they hung out there. And then what they thought was knowledge then is different than what we consider knowledge to be now. And this is within historical times, but 1,500 years ago, you don't call something a rose. Like, it's a rose, sure, but how would you define this rose? And we would say, oh, well, it has red petals and they're very soft and it smells good, tastes good. Yeah, I know. And they have thorns, though, and leafy green stuff, and it seems to die in a few days once you pluck it. Okay, so that's what we would say about it. But what they would say is something like red for the blood of Christ, green for the emerald of sincerity, thorns for the pains of the devil, and so on. So that's their knowledge. It's not what we knew at all. And so he took us into their mindset on what it was like to live in a giant holy cryptogram, where your entire job was to think about the next life and how to get there the best way you possibly can. And that's what they've instilled upon you, so that you wouldn't think about how shitty your life was. So with that kind of idea, bringing it into how just something as simple as like the telescope changed everything, because you could see ships further away. And since you could see them further away, you could see who was coming into port, which one's first, because you could see their flags. So so they built higher towers to see further. So an entire city did this, and the person with the highest tower would know the best, because they could build the largest telescope and see the ships further away. Yes, so they knew the Earth was curved even back then, and so there, stuff like that. These ways that when they started realizing things, like they didn't understand simple things, like until almost the 1300s, we thought that Earth's motion was in straight lines and all motion was circular in the heavens. And so gods were moving in circles and cycles, and we move in straight lines. And that was impossible to deal with when I wanted to plot a trajectory with my cannonball. I needed to have a curved line. And this is new math that needed to be created and stuff like that. And you learn so much about what they did and what it changed, how everything changed everything about something. And how one event and one technological leap managed to change the way that humanity thought about itself. And we're not done that process. And the fact that we thought that we were is hilarious. Like, if you think that we're funny 1,500 years ago, you should see how crazy we were 2,000 or 3,000, 4,000 years ago. Like you read what
Very
they
concisely put.
crazy.
Talking about the changes in perception and circles and lines. Did you see that? I'm sure you probably did. That bucket of water that they put in, and they put that that snake-like stick in there, and it goes up the thing. This is about spin.
Yeah, that
this
was
is about spin and towards. It kind of
Yeah.
reminded me of fish going up, and I'm wondering if the scales of fish actually help them get over that.
It wouldn't surprise me
stuff
that
like
the scales of fish would produce some sort of effect, possibly, because of the nature of being hydrophilic and what we've learned about water. That said, that effect is a fake. I could tell you how it's done. It's actually not that hard. You have a small piece of metal, and inside of that stick is a magnet, and you have a piece of fishing line. While the water is there, you dangle down the line and you connect it to the thing as you're pouring the water over it, and you pull it up. But you know that it's a fake because many things. You know the force of gravity is 9.8 meters per second downwards on that object, so it has to overcome that. In addition to overcoming that, it also has to overcome the force of water hitting it. Okay? So the water hitting it also, of course, no matter what, you can see water splashing, and water's fairly heavy. We use it to power things. 1 cubic meter of water is 1 metric ton. So the amount of water that's being poured onto it, of course, is a significant amount. Its force is equal to the force of it falling, and of course multiplied by how much is coming out of the bucket over time. But that said, once you do the calculations, you'll have amount of force in newtons against this object. If I try to make that thing spin at a velocity, even given its current shape, not even engineering it, just keeping it as a stick, to counteract that much force, there would be water shooting down like an impeller out of the back of that thing and just blasting people with it. Because that's how much force you'd need to go against that much, like how much thrust do you need to generate to make it go up that, if you know what I mean. So no, that's how I'd fake it anyway. It's the same as the people who fake the Coriolis effect. Like they say, we're on the equator, you go to the north side, it's like this. You go to the south side, it's like this. But they forget that the guy moved his finger through it just a moment before they started doing it. Now, although you can't see the water moving anymore, the water is moving in a circle around that bucket. And so they put something in, they let it drain, and oh my God, look.
When I saw that video, it occurred to me how my understanding of Pollock's work would lead me to see that as more possible, as though instead of not understanding the fourth phase of water, or not knowing the concept of the fourth phase of water, would have sort of made me more skeptical.
I agreed at the beginning. But yeah, my thoughts with regards to fish are based on a different experiment. And number one, fish have the ability to, a fish is an incredibly streamlined animal designed exactly for what it's designed to do, right? So with a little bit of fluttering with its fins, it can generate a modicum amount of thrust. Not even really fast, just a slow, gentle, like I want to resist the stream, okay? We do know that sharks, for example, have a bunch of organs up the side of their body that they think are used to sense the muscles of other creatures nearby. So it can sense the electricity that you're using in your muscles as you kick and scream or whatever you're doing in the ocean. And so that's what it can feel that over there, so it starts heading towards it. So that's like it feels a school of fish. It doesn't see them. Now, that's what they think on that case. But other animals they've noticed that do have this sort of thing down their body. Perhaps, as is noted in some airplane designs, to use a negative positive reinforcement. So you basically put a positive thrust of ions across the wing. So you basically are generating fake lift with electricity. And this could be something that the fish might do with its outside of its scales on its body. And that's why I said that that type of thing might be possible. And I gave more credit to the fish idea than I would the stick idea. You know what I mean? So.
You know, I've got a question about spin and whatnot, but if you were to make a cosmic circuit and starting from the micro to the macro, how would you explain it to a kid 8 years old?
From the micro to the macro? Or macro to micro?
Yeah.
Oh.
The micro to the macro. So from the small, the inner to the larger.
Well, I would probably just go something like, because the easiest thing to say is that each atom is its own little field, and that a bunch of those get together and form a cell, which is itself its own field, has its positive and negative points in it, the nucleus versus the surrounding area. Each organ then gets together and does the exact same thing and forms itself a field around it. And so it's isolated from all the other ones in the body. And then you yourself have a field around you that is separate from the earth that you're standing on. The earth itself has a field around it that is separate from the sun. And I would just keep going like that if I want it to be. And then I would say in each of these fields, once you start getting kind of large, sort of looks like an hourglass shape. And then I would go through it and stuff like that. Just to be in a Coles Notes version, because obviously I've gone through this whole thing in real life, so I don't want to do it all over again. Needs to say it ends up with, and so the universe is basically just a little spark between two areas of charge that are much, much larger than the universe itself. Any questions? It's just a little load on the circuit giving off a little bit of light. Compared to how big that thing must be to power the entire universe, I mean.
Then how would suggest torus works? Then why does spin make such a big difference?
Well, spin's a natural consequence of the motion. It's basically nothing moves. We force things to move in straight lines, but in actuality, it seems that everything spins. And this spinning is actually derivative of the torque put on by the, for lack of a better term, the homopolar motor effect. But it's obviously much more violent than that in a lot of cases. So. But you can see that when it comes down, it was actually going to create a right-hand rule torque relative to the current, and it has really no choice in that matter. That's the same thing they notice with comets. Why comets sort of make a flowery shape. They don't come in and go out the exact same direction. They always move slightly around in a circle as they keep going around. Like if for example, Halley's Comet came out of the constellation of Leo last time, it might come out 1 degree over next time. You know, I don't know if this is true. I don't know where Comet Halley came from in that last time, but it doesn't. It keeps going around and around and around, and that right there seems to be tacted evidence of the right-hand rule in effect. As it's flying around, it must turn because there's a torque applied to it, and it wants to go. The force will want it to go to the right to 9 degrees of the motion, and so the motion is outwards away from the sun, and it will want to go 9 degrees to the side of that, depending on where the currents are, and it will turn in that direction. That seems to be what happens. It's those little things that are never talked about. Because, oh, almost pulled off my little ball here. Phrasing. Come on, someone, that was amazing. No one wants to talk about that? All right. Did I lose it?
How about if something isn't? How about if something isn't spinning? Would the uneven dumbbell shape be a natural formation from that?
Well, the natural dumbbell shape is because of the magnetic field on the current. Like I said, the currents that power the galaxy are probably really diffuse and many more times the size of the galaxy themselves. But I think they're like that because when you think of the hourglass shape, there is a donut around it, which is sort of like it's called a ring current. And it's held there by its own magnetic field. This induced magnetic field is a load on the main current. And because it generates because the pinch is there and it begins to pull in all of those layers of the Birkeland current that is powering the galaxy or whatever. We see them on the currents of like the Aurora Borealis, for example, but it comes in these, it pinches much tighter around the poles, obviously, because of that magnetic constriction. And that also, by the way, a magnetic constriction also creates a large voltage drop. That's also another factor there. So, because a magnetic field is an energy storage device. Hard to think of it as one, but the capacitance of a planet stores energy. The magnetic field stores energy. And they both provide two different mitigating effects. Voltage has trouble changing through a capacitor, and current has trouble changing through an inductor. If the current drops, then the energy is starting to be taken from the magnetic field to rebalance it. If the voltage begins to spike rapidly, a capacitor will say, slow your horses, slowly change. Thank you very much. You have to drain the charge. You have to drain the charge across the capacitor. There you go. Takes a while to get it all out there, doesn't it? And so that's why those effects are loads. They have to be charged up and they're held there. And those effects, well, not alone, because those are technically static effects, but when you start getting into double layers, those are basically very active capacitors that are throwing ions in one direction and sucking in electrons in the other, but they form a boundary layer. And that's what we're seeing in most of these cases.
That's great, Neil, but next time when you say capacitor or whatever, give us an example. Some of us are conversant.
Yeah, sorry. My bad. That's just two plates of differing charge. That's what they are. And because they hold charge in those plates, it takes a while to move the charge from one place to another. So anyway, Duff, then. I don't hope we're not ignoring anyone. Let's take a look at the last things before we get going then. Any more questions?
I have, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I have exited the online chat.
Oh, okay.
Because I am weary of it.
You're weary of it?
I'm a wounded warrior, Neil. I'm fresh from battle and I'm about tired.
Should
so
I go read this
I'm,
later and find out what
Oh
happened?
well, no, I don't know. I think everything's fine. I think
Oh, okay.
I just kind of needed to step back and take on the full responsibility of that little wrench next to my name and understand what that means for me and how I might wield it with justice and with fortitude and with a level of
hey, I'm the really nice one on the Electric Universe forums, so
yeah.
I'm not like Valkyrie. It's like I go, well, let's talk about this. I'll see if I can explain it to you better. And she's like, troll, burn.
You're not going to get a more benevolent king than Neil. That's what I guess. Bottom line. If you can't take the oppression that Neil dishes out, then I think maybe you're suffering from an excess of entitlement. So that's my opinion. But I'm just one dude. So yeah,
well,
one dude with a wrench behind his name.
I thought I saw a gentleman there. Let's see. So John Pershing said, so any foreign virus or bacteria after making it through the atmosphere would almost immediately be under attack by microorganisms.
Yeah, I was going to mention about that.
Yeah.
I did post a thing about scalar waves. I mean, I know nothing about it really, but I heard this proposed that it's because of the waves that would carry the virus to Earth from space. It's not physically that the molecules have to travel from space to the Earth. It's that the information is communicated through some electromagnetic means.
Well, we saw this ourselves while we were there. Okay, we saw scalar waves. Okay, and it was that gentleman, Jonathan Nava, who had the two spheres, and they were able to light a light bulb across that by using the capacitive resonance of the two objects. Now, that when I say capacitive resonance, that is a scalar wave, and that's very hard because it's very hard for people to understand because an EM wave is light, but what he was doing was creating a pulsed that's just going from 0 to up. I don't know what the voltage was. Let's say 1,000, and then back down to 0, and just kept doing that over and over again. And the other exact same size sphere was in harmony with it, so it was taking in the majority, if not all, of that energy. And that's why we could interfere with it with our fingers, because our fingers have capacitance and so forth, especially when we spread them apart and so on. So we were changing the frequency and making it harder to connect with. But that's basically a quote-unquote scalar wave because it's a direct connection to another point. It's just the pulse of DC sent across and going back down to 0 over and over again. So that concept is, I think, that is different though than what happened with panspermia with regards to Sir Fred Hoyle. His idea was the tail of Venus connected with the magnetic field of the Earth, but only when the moon was new. Can you not do that, Duff?
Oh,
I keep hearing.
Oh God, it's like I do it every single time. I'm so sorry.
So the virus is then, according to him, he thought it was made in the atmosphere of Venus in one of the double layers, traveled down along the tail, and then hit the magnetosphere of the Earth when we had a new moon, so it was pushed out slightly. And then it went up to the poles and then down into the atmosphere from the poles and then down south. And that was his theory on that. We were reading some other articles that seemed to indicate that even the Earth itself could generate hostile bacteria. We've also discussed what the possibility might be if say you get too much, what's it called, ionizing radiation. Apparently that has a effect on like algae blooms and stuff like that. So we're not quite sure about everything yet, but this is stuff that I see the connection with. But that's just me. I don't know if that's something that other people see. With regards to it being the information just being transmitted, I'm all for the idea of using water and trying to program it to actually act as different drugs. That would be the ultimate expression of your mastery of alchemy right there. And almost, if you could, like, put something in the water with a USB stick and then make it have the effect of aspirin or something, that would be ideal. Brandy's worried about you there, Duff, by the way. She asked if you're all right.
Oh, I'm fine. I am absolutely fine. And thank you, Brandy. Thank you.
Well, this is what we try to do here. We try to bring the torus and the hourglass go through Ken's hypothesis too, but it's not really a matter of hypothesis, really. It's just a matter of what actually happens in a lab. Like Farad alone was the guy that nailed this. So there's not really let's see, plasma glyphs, I think. I can find it. Okay, there we go. Well, yeah, so the ones that he found in the laboratory being very, very tiny. Obviously, I'm in the wrong spot. I'm going through them all real quick here. Sorry. Grand stability, let's call them that. Oh, it's not here. The page is a dead link. Dead link. Anyway, no, usually this is yeah, it's not here. Okay.
Are you talking about his petrographs and the declassification he did do that publish on it?
Yeah, he was well, the issue was actually seeing the laboratory results because they're real. That's the part I wanted to see, even though they're only a couple inches across. The connection here, like these are simulations, conceptual, and then the actual experiment, and that's the important one because that's a real thing. So when you're seeing stuff like this and they build them and they actually occur, they only occur, and I tried to explain this to others before, the reason that he managed to make this extrapolation is because the current scales with distance. So he dumped 1.3 mega amps, right? Yeah, 1.3, it says right here. Size was 1.3 mega amp pinch. So, and a 6 mega amp pinch. So the M is mega in capital M and not milli. So a mega amp is, well, a million amps. So this, however, was over the scale of, like I said, 2 centimeters or so, 2 inches, no more than that, not too much. And it only lasted, it was 4 centimeters there, so yeah. And it lasted 9.5 microseconds. So, yeah, not long. Less than the cycle, half of a cycle of your power on your house. Actually, less than 1,000th of that. But they did form these shapes. So the thing is that if I expanded this to be the size of the North Pole, I mean, We have 100,000 amps going into it right now. Right now, like 150 to 100,000. And this was 1.3 to 6 mega amps. So that's only, well, that's times by 10, 1 to 2 orders of magnitude more electricity in the atmosphere than there is now to make this shape. That's how you can calculate it, by the way, folks. See how easy it is? The rules of electricity don't change. So, but the current must be there. So to have the current there, it would be much bigger and much taller, but the same amount of current. Earlier, we were talking about current per square meter, and that's obviously indicating that more and more current's going across something. So not quite the same thing, but needs to say, in this instance, you can see that this shape should form no matter what size that is, as long as there is like 1.3 to 6 mega amps going through it. So we should see these shapes in space all the time. And I think we do. We only see parts of them. We see like a star forming region, and that would make us stacked toruses. Those are pretty intense. But remember, this would have to be over light years now. So you're starting to get to an idea. He also shows the inherent instability of something. This is why plasma goes like, this is the evolution of an ionospheric layer by a Mach 1.2 pulse. So right here is supposed to be ionospheric layer. So this line at the bottom is the ground. This line up here is the ionosphere. He said, now what would happen if we sent something 1.2 pulse through it, and it just ripples? And because it's induced off of what it's induced with, it will go like that for a while until it eventually uses all the power that it had induced from that one hit. Because there's no air dispersing that power. It's being dispersed by the electromagnetic field. So all of the power must be dispersed by not atmosphere, but by the thin layer of charge up there. So it must induce and then reflect, build another layer, induce off that, and so on. And then it turns into this, because that's how much energy there was there that it was given. And it must get rid of it. It'll take a while. But you get the idea. So these things are, you know, again, I have no idea what the question was, but this was the answer. And I didn't even get into hybrids yet. We didn't even get to talk about making babies with other animals.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we had just stuck on that. It's a beautiful. I mean, recently one came up in the news. What was it? It was called a.
Oh, you talking about that little thing I posted?
No, it was a fox and cat.
Oh.
What did you post?
Well, it was completely different. This was like a new life form that was created, sort of a giant amoeba that was created.
Oh, okay. Well, this one is just an isolated town of foxes and cats that apparently got busy with each other and made fox cats. But this is the weird thing, you see.
That's a sign of the apocalypse, isn't it?
No, this is what
foxes and cats sleeping together. It's madness.
Well, I think what happened is one of the things that we don't talk about a lot is because it's kind of gross, but after these catastrophes, when 99.99% of all life was destroyed on the planet, then it caused massive speciation. Well, maybe one was caused by the other, whereas we are quite used to the fact that anything that's kind of weird, we have lots of excess life, we'll just kill it. But back then, you wouldn't kill it. So it would continue to breed with the original species, and its genes would be part of that species. And we've found evidence of that happening, obviously, I mean, we know that mules can breed. They just don't breed well. And obviously we know lions and tigers breed. And they're pretty close. But things like cheetahs. Cheetahs are like just absolutely weird. Because they have principles of dogs and cats. Like they have dog fur and cat fur and dog paws and a greyhound body, but a cat brain. You know, this is all very weird.
Well, plus, just in social media, we see a lot of animals behaving in human-like ways, showing affection, showing camaraderie, showing heroism in different ways that I think there's been an explosion, in my opinion, of these kind of things. Am I wrong?
Well, no, I think that, well, I'm not thinking you're wrong, but it has happened before a lot. Like here's some pictures of dog-human hybrids from 1937. And they didn't, like people, some people just don't believe that these things are even possible.
Yeah, I don't want to believe. I just prefer. I could go my whole life without meeting a human dog hybrid, probably. I don't know.
How about a sheep?
Who am I?
How about a sheep-pig hybrid? Look at that one.
If sheep-human hybrids were possible, the
No,
Scottish
it's
would
a
have invented it a long time ago.
sheep-pig hybrid.
Sheep-pig hybrid.
Yeah,
Well, they'd probably be delicious.
Never thought about that. Then there's the cavets. Cavets are a big one. Cats and rabbits. We have a kind of a problem with them.
We talked about unicorns yesterday, so that's a thing too.
How about this one? How about the dog cow?
Oh my God. Science just needs to stop. I can't take it anymore.
No. These are natural. These are not these are natural things, not made by people. They bred by themselves.
I have to admit, this is an area of study that I have not delved into.
Well, this is what I mean. We normally would never see them because we kill them. They kill themselves.
Well,
their mothers kill them. I'm not being, I'm not, know what I mean? Like, not,
Or they're just not viable.
Yeah, or they can't breed, yeah.
Well, but on the other hand, though, I mean, I think it's naive to think that these kinds of things haven't taken place in laboratories all around the world. There's isn't there an axiom or some sort of theory that says if it's possible for us to do it, we probably already have tried.
But here's the weird thing. We are the ones who put the word species on the word species. No one else
So we created
did that.
the difference.
We created the difference, yes.
Maybe general categories.
Pardon? I'm sorry, Chris?
Oh, sorry. I was saying they're general categories.
Yes.
We made them up.
Yeah, we made them up, and they hold true. Don't get me wrong. And trying to quote unquote breed from something outside of that species is usually not successful. So I'm not expecting people who have tried, but we as humans have 17 different types of sperm, and only one of them gets women pregnant. They call the rest warrior sperm.
You mean per shot?
Yeah. Well, no, we have 17 different types in a human. Yeah. But only one of them will get women pregnant. But we also have a lot of issues. We only give off 1 or 2 babies. We our babies are completely ridiculously stupid and impractical for an extended period of time, for years and years.
Don't forget delicious.
But a monkey baby will climb out of the womb and be holding onto its mother's fur in less than 2 minutes. A foal can run in less than 2 minutes. Our babies are completely useless after 5 years. You know what I mean? Like completely. So they have to be constantly cared for. Plus, we have trouble breeding. I mean, we have an entire industry based on getting ourselves to breed. So we have all the tendencies of a hybrid creature, like a mule. we're probably a
We're getting into
combination
the
species.
electricity of life.
Well, I
All right.
didn't talk to him about it, but this has always been sort of in the background because someone introduced this to me, another scholar at EU 2015, and he eventually came to me and said, "Okay, well, what characteristics do humans have?" And when you start going through our characteristics, you begin to realize that we're quite possibly like a hybrid species, probably from those two. And we have the skin.
There's certainly some writing on the wall.
Well, yeah, but it makes a lot of sense that we would, because once we happen, we basically have everything. We got everything from that species that was better than the two species that we came from. We get all the benefits. Like basically, we got the dexterity and hands and feet and stuff of the monkey or chimpanzee or ape, but we also got all the benefits of pigs, like huge brains, the ability to cool our brains, strong hearts, incredible ability to heal wounds. Like we can heal wounds better than almost anything else besides pigs. Like if you break a cow's leg, you might as well just chop it up. It's useless. A horse, same thing. Us, we're good. We up and at 'em in no time, comparatively. You know, scar tissue, a bunch of other things that we have. Very
It's
interesting.
an interesting collection of traits, really.
We
Yeah.
use pig valves in our hearts, but almost everything else is chimpanzees. Like, because obviously it makes sense that I mean, if I was someone who followed Darwin, intrinsically that would be natural for me to think from ape to man, right? But the reason you're never going to figure a combination species is because basically after a large catastrophe, who knows when, God knows how many millions of years ago, one of these things were born, and we didn't kill it because we needed all the hands, and it turned out to be a damn smart thing. And then it continued to breed with its parent species, which was the monkeys or whatever, I assume, until it became dominant. And that's quite possible.
You're saying, you're talking about the Eve. Yeah, you're talking about Eve.
Well, I wasn't talking about Eve herself, like knowing full well it was her, but I meant like she's more like they're trying to think that bonobo ape is suddenly the like precursor to humanity. But I mean, we're noticing that one of these other traits was, for example, an ape and a boar that lives in Africa. But you would not believe how close this boar looks like a gorilla. So to think about what this boar combined with that monkey made a gorilla, that could be like a gorilla could be another hybrid species that managed to live from the same time we lived, from the same reasons. But that boar was not a pig.
See, I often think of like
Or the monkey was
rise
different,
of this
you know?
type or that type, and what you're describing doesn't require a rise of a type, like the rise of the pig monkeys. You know, that wouldn't be a whole entire culture of pig monkeys. What you're suggesting is that a single individual introduced, and what they're calling the Eve concept, a single individual can introduce a completely new set of genetic possibilities into a species
If it's allowed
without
to
becoming
live,
its own
yeah.
culture.
Yeah.
By random chance, there are going to be features that are going to be successful and therefore reproduced within the culture, even if it's coming from one single genetic divergence that creates the opportunistic behavior,
Well,
as
yeah,
opposed
we're
to the
monkey
idea
seeing
that
what
there are all these I think what evolution tries, I really want to bring the,
No,
see
go
if
ahead.
I want to make this, because I want to see what you have to say. What evolution teaches us is that there are a rise of single types that develop over time. And in that concept, what you're saying doesn't make any sense, because it always didn't make sense to me that we don't have, if we have all this happening, then we would have, like I said, the pig people, and we'd have the dolphin people, and we'd have the horse cats, and we'd have we'd have some sort of evolutionary
You do know we
record
talked about those in the past,
of that, right?
like
So
the dog-headed
and
people
maybe we have, yeah, well, right,
in
we have
Egypt.
those too.
Yeah.
But the idea that we don't see a fossil record of a divergent species that rose.
Cool, but how many dog-headed
a,
men got hit with lightning and fossilized?
yeah, so like if there are these changes that are occurring as you're suggesting, that makes sense that they would happen in a single individual and then propagated across a culture over time, as opposed to a type of people that mixed and created a hybrid of types.
Oh yeah, no, it would be one survivor that
Yeah.
you were like, okay, well, it's like, okay, you give, if you're a black African and you give birth to an albino, that's the same thing. Would you kill it or wouldn't you? And I'm not saying that in some weird racist way. I meant in general. Would picture yourself in a hunter-gatherer out of Africa type quest for fire type situation. What do you do? And that's the same type of question. Well, how much different before you would not allow it to live? So let's say you had one female ape gives birth to a like happened to get raped by a pig. I know that sounds so weird, and it ends up having a child, and that child lives, and then it's helpful and smart and fully capable of functioning. So okay, and then you do this, and it does the same thing. It has children. Well, once that happens, they're not so far removed from the original. One of the stories that immediately comes up is the story of Vig from Russia, the Neanderthal man, whose mother was a captured Neanderthal. She gave birth to 5 children. The first 2 died, I think, because she went to wash them off in a stream. Apparently the men got drunk and had their way with her when she was docile. I don't understand what that means, and I'm not going to pretend. So anyway, he had children, but they can't find them anymore. They don't know where she's buried, but they found where he was buried. He's her son. And he looked, just by looking at the skull, he was an ugly man, and he was barrel-chested, but technically, by virtue of this, there are people in Siberia right now who are descended from that, like are part Neanderthal, technically. So that's kind of friggin' messed up. If you know what I mean, because they needed hands, so they didn't kill that thing when they caught it.
It's almost like our family tree is dendritic or something.
It's almost that life continues and just lives and kills things off, and some of it will continue.
Endless branches.
And it doesn't mean that these things are viable either. I'm not saying that, but it's clear that from when we started, we couldn't separate ourselves from other people, like in the last couple thousand years when we were what we consider self-conscious people, the ability to be self-conscious. If you go back to the ancient Greeks and before that, they were running around all the time like, yep, Zeus turned himself into a horse and we had sex. Mary, you just went in the stable, got drunk, and had sex with a horse. That's what we would say, But I'm obviously being quite facetious here, but it doesn't surprise me. It's just things like that just are so weird. just thinking about what this, like, because those things were not as thought about back then, I guess.
Well, I think it's crucial to make the point that people had different perspectives on reality and how communication even was performed in different contexts and different cultures. The idea that sort of regular discourse was laced with religious iconography, that's a reality that we know from the writings. And so it is crucial that we think in terms of these people really did have a different worldview, and their capacity to perceive things was unique. Not necessarily worse in some ways, more insightful possibly, but definitely different. So we've got to do that translation, and we've got to do that deep due diligence to understand truly what they were communicating. It's a really good point, I think. Isn't that what you're kind of saying?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm saying. There's no reason to think that our mindset is going to be the same, and if we can just remember that our mindsets have changed. And don't get me wrong, I'm not, but animals, or barely, not even conscious humans, are not necessarily, especially ones who've been traumatized by giant catastrophes, probably not exactly thinking straight. And I really do mean that, because we've had situations where humans were like in states of massive shock during wars and other things and other disasters, volcanoes and so forth, and earthquakes. And I know sometimes what it's like to not understand what you're seeing, and I've only had that experience a couple times. It's very weird. Anyway, I just thought that was nice. So, any last words, my friend? Someone.
Neil, I'd just like to say how lovely you look and what a pleasure it was to be here.
Okay, well, thank you very much for sucking up. I appreciate it. No, I try to be as inclusive as I can. These people deserve to be heard, and I hope that we can bring new insights to, well, I guess to this whole endeavor, because we're not going to learn that by not being inclusive. And what I've learned recently, especially it was so thorough, was the church's polishing of the past, that I had no idea that these disasters occurred. When I found out that 535 occurred, I was like, but then it's like, no, right up until like the 1300s, and then this one, and then this one. I'm like, what? Because I'm drawing it here on this page, like right on the screen. Here we are talking about it, but there's no way that you can really ascertain what it's like to imagine that they are so powerful they could erase it from history, and these things changed the world, buried cities. I don't know. I just think it's pretty powerful.
Neil, we can definitely go through the major ones, and it would help people get an idea of what the chronology is. I thought, but that was part of what was going to be happening today, but there wasn't a lot of diversity of opinions, or the previous those who would want to stick up for particular positions and to talk about how those could be perceived or looked or analyzed or
compared. This is
compared.
what happens when I let you chronologists get talking. Always bad.
Well, I'm all in for that. Let me tell you, I would definitely like to see people see what the structures are, and if they're interested in any particular chronologies, the desire to, for some of them, to get rid of the Sumerians completely. You can do it, but people should be able to see what that all entails, and